Yes, hi. Very warm welcome to the first Introduce Investor Day. This time, my name is Daniel Torsson. I'm an equity analyst covering small cap IT tech companies. So we have an impressive setup of companies over the 2 upcoming days. And I hope you all will enjoy the presentations and go away from these days with lots of new investment ideas. I will also take the chance to promote for the next event, which will be at the same place on the 4th and the 5th of December. We start off immediately. We have an intensive schedule, so we welcome Max Strandwitz, CEO of MIPS, which have had a very impressive development, both operational and share price-wise in the last 2.5 years since the IPO in 2017. So let's start off with the first 20-minute presentation with Max.
Yes. Good morning, everyone. My name is Max Strandwitz, and I'm working as the CEO of MIPS. I'll give you a short introduction of what MIPS is and where we come from. So I start a little bit with the history. And a lot of people actually think that we are sort of a startup company, started only a couple of years ago, but actually it originates since a research project already in 1996, and it came out of a very frustrated neurosurgeon that had a lot of patients on his surgery table with severe brain damage. However, they still had a helmet on, and when he looked at their helmets, he didn't see a lot of impact. And then he understood that there is probably more things to brain injuries and brain damage than the helmet of those days were constructed to protect against. So he became very intrigued by these kind of injuries and the brain injuries. So he contacted KTH because he realized that it was impossible for him to solve this problem by himself. He needed more biomechanic knowledge and so on, and therefore he contacted KTH. He came in contact with Peter Halldin, who was working on a completely different project, and together they set up what was the origin of MIPS, and they started to explore how to protect people in a better way, and that is the startup of MIPS. So almost 25 years ago, the company started, so it has a lot of history and also a lot of years of research. It has taken until 2015 until the company actually became profitable. So quite a lot of very patient investors that has supported the company during the time. And what we also have is, of course, we have a unique technology, a slip plane technology, which is superior today in the industry. We also have exclusive rights to KTH finament element model, which is a model, a data model of the brain, which no one else in the world has. So, of course, that gives us a little bit of a head start. We have been validated, and also the technology has been validated by a lot of third parties. There is Virginia Tech in the US. You have also seen Länsförsäkringar and Folksam testing our technology and also presenting it that it is a superior technology. We are also working with all the key university around the world. We're working with Ottawa in Canada. We are working with Stanford in US, Dublin, etc., and so on. So we are always trying to stay connected to science. We never launch anything that is not scientifically proved that it actually works, and so on. And so we try to stick to the science and the history around that. If you look at our market position, we are the #1 brand in brain protection system. We do not really have any head-to-head competitor. If you take the total amount of competition that we have today, it's somewhere around 10% of our sales. So still we have a little bit of competitive advantage. We have today about 78 customers that we're working with. We only launch these numbers yearly. That's why I say it's more than 78, because of course the company is growing. And today there is more than 448 models on the market equipped with MIPS. We sold more than 3.8 million units in 2018. We are currently present in 7 different categories. I will come back to that. And we are marketing 8 different technologies. Everyone thinks of MIPS. They think of only a low friction layer, but we have actually 8 different technologies. And we can address a lot of different types of categories, which I will also come back to. We have the key brands on board when it comes to the bicycle industry. We have the 6 biggest brands on board, and they are also driving a lot of our growth. And what we want to do with them is, of course, to address their whole segment, or their whole assortment, from the highest price point with certain kind of solutions to the lower price points, to ensure that we can operate in their whole assortment. And what we do is that we present our solutions in a different way, but we do not compromise safety. So we don't think it's right that the size of your wallet should determine how safe your solution is. So we always try to address the same thing, but we can present it in a different way. When we look at how it actually works, I will just give you a short introduction. Like I said, Hans, when he started back in 1996, he evaluated how helmets are tested, and they are actually tested like this still today, is that you drop them straight down. If the helmet cracks, it's not approved, and if it doesn't crack, it's approved. However, there is a very limited of you people, when you're going out, you're skiing or bicycling, that you fall straight down. You normally fall with some kind of angle. When you fall with an angle, of course, that puts a lot of force to your brain, because inside your skull, your brain is floating in water. If I do like this, my head moves about, or my brain moves about 10 millimeter. If you get to a sudden stop, which is normally the case if you fall off a bike, you end like this, and then of course your brain the force needs to go somewhere, and then your brain starts rotating. The best case, you get a concussion. The worst case is that you get strain on your brain tissue. And that's exactly what we try to address. At the point of impact, when you're falling, we slide with approximately 10 to 15 millimeter. And that's how we try to reduce the force that otherwise will go into the brain. So that's what we work with. Very simple. That can be presented in a lot of different ways. Our cheapest solution, you see an injection molded plastic version that is fit for mass production. This one is a little bit more complicated technology where you have it directly integrated into the padding. So that can be presented in a lot of different ways. And then, of course, if you go to internet and you read some forums, some people claim they have a natural MIPS, and that they have a lot of hair, or they put on the helmet without really putting it really tight, or they don't have any hair, that would be the natural MIPS. But think of the time when you have the impact is actually somewhere or point pressure of something like 750 to 1,000 kilo. And try to move something when you have 10 guys standing on your head. It's impossible. So that's why there is a lot of misconception. We have worked, and actually a long part of our history has been about convincing the industry what MIPS actually is. We were helped significantly by the American football industry, where they had a lot of discussions around why concussions are dangerous. You have a lot of lawsuits in the US and so on. So that also helped us a lot. Out of our total sales, 75% of our sales today goes to the US market or the US brands. It doesn't mean that 75% of our sales is in the US, but we are much more represented towards the US market because they are much more mature when it comes to why this is dangerous. When you then look at patents is important. We are an ingredient brand company, but of course we are also protecting our IP. We have about 30 patent families today. We actually have a little bit more than 30 patents. The main patents which we are using today, which is the MIPS 2 patents, expire in 2030 and 2031. And what we do protect is that we have a patent covering the outside of the helmet. Then we have a patent covering between the hard shell and the EPS. EPS is the foam material that you have there. We also have a patent for the inside of the helmet, and then we have different other types of technologies. So we try to have an as extensive coverage as possible. If we find something on the market that would complement our patent portfolio, of course, we will look into buying that. But we are always very active in terms of having as good patent protection as possible. We also have patented the way that we manufacture our technology, and we also patent some of the fixation mechanisms and so on in the helmet to make sure that we have as wide coverage as possible. We have been involved in 2 different lawsuits with positive outcome and so on. So of course it is an area where we have been active, and we will also be active if we need to going forward. When we look at our financial targets, we have 2 key financial targets. The first one is to achieve a net sales of more than 400 million SEK, which means if you take the 2018 numbers, that we need to grow with approximately 45% per year the coming 2 years. And the second one is to achieve an EBIT margin of plus 40%. We also have an ambition to give a dividend of more than 50% annually. If you look at our addressable market and our focus market, this was something that we presented together with the IPO in 2017. So we will give an update to this when we launch our new long-term strategy on the 20th of September. But this is how it looks at the moment. We have a total addressable market of somewhere around 70 million helmets. Out of those 70 million, we consider the 43 million to be addressable. And why do we consider it to be addressable? Those are helmets that are sold above $40. And US dollar is normally the currency which helmets are traded in. That's why I always talk about US dollar. And the other 27 million, they are sold in the so-called mass market channel. And given that we are charging a fee for implementing MIPS in the helmet, the financial doesn't work, and therefore we have excluded that market. Out of the 43 million helmets that we consider addressable, 10 million of those are in the professional segment. And when we talk about the professional segment, that is the military helmets, that is the other armed forces, it's fire squad, it's police squad, it's search and rescue and so on. So far we have launched solution, but we haven't had any real sales there yet. We have a lot of military helmets that are out for tests and so on, but not yet any sales. When we look at what we call the consumer market, we have the bicycle helmet. That's the biggest market, however, a relatively small addressable market. So 25 million units sold every year, and 10 million of those are addressable. That's by far our biggest market. A second very interesting market for us is the snow category, and that was also the first category we enter into. 6 million helmets in total, about 5 million of those are addressable. And then we also have the motorcycle category, also a very interesting category for us, with around 20 million helmets sold annually, and around 15 of those are addressable. This is actually a very fast moving or fast increasing category for us, but still from small number. And when we look at our strategy, what are we focusing on? First of all, is to grow with the customers that we already have. A lot of people ask us, how many new customers do you have? When we get the new customer, normally they don't result in a lot of sales because they are trying how MIPS works with their assortment. They launch a couple of helmets, and then when it becomes successful, they start penetrating the whole range. And that's also when we get access to a lot of more volume. So first of all, grow with the customers we already have on board. If you take the bicycle industry, we have the 6 biggest customers in the world already on board, and it's just how fast we can penetrate their range. The second one is to accelerate the growth in moto. Very important category for us. Difficult categories to entry, but a big market that we find very interesting. And the last one is to be able to enter into new categories. You have seen us launching some new categories like ice hockey, and we also launched our first construction helmets, which I will come back to later. So if you look at the total addressable market and where we were at the end of 2018, we had approximately 9% of that market. So despite that we are the biggest in the world, we are significantly ahead than the rest of the competitors. We still only have 9% of the addressable market. We have something which we call a very scalable business model. And when we talk about scalable is that we can have quite a significant business with a very limited amount of resources. So first of all, when you look at cost of goods sold, so the cost of our product, we have outsourced our business in China. So we are using 15 different subcontractors in China, so 15 different factories, and they are producing for us. And the reason of that is when you're growing 50%, we want to focus on what we do best, and that is to be world leading in brain science. It's not about running production in China. That's why we have outsourced that. And also when you're growing 50%, you will sit in endless capacity discussions, which we don't want to do. Selling expenses, we are operating as an ingredient brand. We have in total 6 salespeople entertaining the whole world, going around to all the different brands and so on. And we can do that because we have an ingredient brand model. We are investing quite a lot in the MIPS brand. So 5 to 7% of our net sales goes directly into marketing. And of course, we will continue to do that. We are not doing end consumer marketing, but we are educating the industry. We are educating retailers to make sure that they can explain how MIPS actually works. And you saw that also, when you take the 30 seconds and listen what we actually do, it's quite difficult to say that, no, I go for the less safe helmet. So of course, the sales pitch, making sure that everyone understands what MIPS is important to us. Research and development, of course, we are an IP company. We'll continue to invest behind our products. We're investing around 5 to 7% of net sales. All the customer-specific development, you remember we have launched 448 models to the market. That is paid by the customers. We charge them for that, and the reason is not a huge revenue stream for us, but for us it's very important that we have them hostage and they pay us a down payment when they start up projects. Otherwise, all the customers will launch an enormous amount of projects and you never be finished. So that model comes from a time when we didn't have a lot of money, but it makes a lot of sense. And then the biggest part of our scalability, we have an infrastructure in place. We have the ERP system to be able to serve a lot more volume in our system. And that's also where the key improvement it comes from when it relates to the EBIT. If we look at the other part of the balance sheet, we have, in terms of inventory, we don't hold any finished goods inventory. We have some MIPS unique components in stock, but no finished goods. We invoice directly at delivery, and we don't invest in any manufacturing facilities. What we do invest in is patents, because of course we want those to be as strong as possible. And we also invest in testing facilities, because if you want to be world leading, you also need to make sure that you have the world leading equipment. We have entered into some new categories during the year. First of all, the construction helmet that was launched in May. And it's actually, this is a market which we have disqualified because we have always looked at it as the yellow hard hats. There we couldn't make a lot of difference, and therefore we have not done any development. Now there is a new type of helmet coming, which is much more durable and where you can actually integrate MIPS into the solution. So very interesting market for us. And we also launched our first hockey helmet. As you know, we have had a long patent dispute with BOULE. When that was solved, then of course we directly started to entertain the hockey market again. So we're quite happy about that. We have done two acquisitions. First of all, we bought Fluid, which is another technology, and that technology we bought because of the patents. It's a tactical acquisition for us. And then we also bought another company, and we did that because we wanted to have interest or access to a very interesting material. And then we will also see that we have been exposed to tariffs. MIPS is not exporting anything in China today, but of course we are manufacturing in China and we are included in helmets. Helmets are since Sunday, so yesterday, impacted by, it was communicated at a 10% tariff, but now it's actually since Friday 6 o'clock, 15% tariff. That is not impacting us directly, but of course, if there is less helmets sold or there is disturbance on the market, that can have an impact. Then if we just quickly go into the first 6 months, so how are we actually doing against our financial targets? We have a net sale increase of 61%, 48% organic. Gross profit is up with 50 basis points to 74%. OpEx, we continue to invest behind our strategic priorities. Adjusted EBIT, 39.1%, so almost at the target. And if you actually look at the last rolling 12 months, we are at 41%, so ahead of the target. And we also have a good cash flow. So in terms of our key financial KPIs, we have a strong organic growth of 48%, EBIT margin 39.1%, and a cash flow, which a very strong cash flow of almost 32 million SEK. When it comes to the balance sheet and the cash position, we did pay a net earnings of 112% out to the shareholders this year, 63.2 million. We also done 2 acquisitions, 41.2 million invested. And despite that, we still have 166.6 million on the balance sheet with an equity ratio of 79%. And we do not hold any interest-bearing loans at the moment.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Max. So a first question from us. You seem to have an incredible product, scientifically and customer base-wise. With that said, we saw that the stock market was hammering your share price by 30% in a day in March. That shaved off some 1.2 billion SEK of the market cap with the entrance of a competitor called WaveCell.
Yes.
So my question is basically, how is your visibility and knowledge about future upcoming research projects and future upcoming competitors?
Yeah, so of course, competitors will always come. And of course, we welcome competition. We have done this alone for quite some years. The launch of WaveCell, I must say that we were very shocked. Not so much about the product, because we knew about the product and we know about the performance. Those kind of products is already existing, and WaveCell is done by a 3D printed material that collapses at impact. There is even some solutions on the market today which have the 3D printed material with MIPS included inside. So the technology as such, it's not the technology that's superior to MIPS. However, there's a very bold marketing story. So for instance, they claim that you have a 99% risk reduction of concussions, and that the helmet is 48 times safer. And of course, if you communicate like that, then it's of course difficult to counter. We are testing better than them also in the official test and so on. We are not 99 or reducing the risk with 99% of a concussion. We are not 48% safer or 48 times safer. Anyone that has studied physics knows that it's impossible to eliminate forces going into the brain. I always talk about reducing the risk or reducing the force, because that's what we try to do. So we were shocked. Of course, we will be humble and always make sure that we try to counter those kind of things earlier. But we were not. We have never seen those kind of medical claims being made before, and I don't think anyone in the industry has done that.
Okay. And then we take a final one on the tariffs, because the stock market is very much focusing on the trade war. How could that affect you volume-wise in the short term? And how could it increase costs for you longer term?
Yeah. So like I said, we are not exporting anything directly. We are not compensating for tariffs, or we are not planned to compensate for tariffs. I believe that long term, the price will adjust with that. If it stays, you never know. Short term, it can, of course, be volatile. We have seen that in other industries. Last time, helmets were exempted because it's a safety product. This year, they also said that it should be exempted because it was a safety product, but somehow it was not taken off the list. So short term, there can always be volatility. Long term, I don't see that much of a difference. So we are not changing anything when it comes to how we operate. If our customers choose to go to another country, then we will just follow. We can relocate in a month, basically. So for us, it doesn't add a lot of cost, and it doesn't add a lot of complexity.
Yeah.
Yep.
We'll stop there. That was the 25 minutes for MIPS and Max. After this, we will have Projektengagemang in this room and motion display in the other room. But first, we thank Max with a short applause, I guess.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, I would like to give a warm welcome to Projektengagemang and CEO Per Hedebäck and CFO Peter Sandberg. The floor is yours.
Tack.
Okay, thank you, and thanks for being here. Projektengagemang might be quite unknown as a company to you, so I will take you through our business, and then at the end of the presentation, you will have some chance to ask questions. PE was founded 13 years ago, and in June 2018 we were listed on Nasdaq Stockholm. And since then we have managed to grow the business in line with our plans, but our margins have been impacted by a market slowdown, and I will get back to that later on. When PE was established by the founder, which is the chairman of the board, by the way, right now, he felt that most consulting companies were organized into silos or pipelines. So already from the beginning, the idea with PE was to create a company that could support customer in early stages of a project throughout the whole project. And I would say that's a customer demand today. And the reason for that, and that is very much driven by that projects are getting more and more complex. It includes sustainability, digitalization. So here we have a good and strong position. And as you can see, the majority of our business is in Sweden. We have a small office in Norway, 3 people. We will grow that, but as far as now, we are 3 people. We also have 50 highly skilled engineers in India, Chennai. We have a stable ownership structure, and that allows us to lead the company in a long-term perspective. And many of the employees in PE are also share owner of the company. And for your information, Peter and I recently bought shares in our long-term stock incentive program as well. We have 4 business areas: architecture and management, civil engineering and infrastructure, industry and energy, and system, which is our biggest and most profitable business area. Every year we do about 10,000 projects. We serve 3,000 customers, and the average order value is 250,000 SEK. So we don't do mega projects. And of course, this customer base is also a good platform for us to do cross-selling and to focus on delivering these multidisciplinary services. With that, I leave over to you, Peter. And no one can describe our growth journey better than you, because you have been a part of it all the time.
Thank you, Per. And as Per mentioned, we were founded in 2006. And me, myself, I started in 2007. And at that time, we were 20 consultants. And we have had a profitable growth journey ever since. And as Per mentioned, the objectives and visions already from the start was to build a multidisciplinary consultancy firm being able to support our clients with all the disciplines regarding technical consultants and architects. And in 2016-17, we nearly doubled our revenue. So from 17-18, we have been very much focused in consolidating the operation, both regarding legal entities and companies to make a stable platform going forward. And we have taken the latest year, this year, to establish both sales initiatives and cost reduction initiatives. And we believe we have built a stable ground to taking this operation further now. And if we look into our financial targets, as we are a fast-growing company, we have a growth that should be an average above 15% on the business cycle, with an EBITDA margin of over 8%. And we have a dividend policy to give out 30 to 50% of the yearly profit. And looking into a financial summary for the first half year of 19, we have had a growth of 16%, and that is driven by acquisition. We acquired Integra, a company mainly in construction civil engineering and in December last year, so that affects the growth. And we have an EBITA margin of 4% and 30 million Swedish crowns. And we are to some extent affected by a slowdown in our market, different markets, especially in new build housing in the Stockholm region. But we're taking firm actions to get back to better profitability, and that includes both on sales and cost measures. And these initiatives will continue during 2019. And then I hand over to you, Per.
Thank you. And I guess this is something that we all are interested in because it affects us one way or another, what happens to the market. And if you look on the right-hand side here, this is a table from Investeringssignalen that is distributed by the Swedish Federation of Design, Engineer and Architects, which we are a part of as well. And as you can see, a lot of money is, of course, still invested in this sector. So when we talk about the market slowdown, it is from very high levels. So I think that is important to emphasize. So we share, this is something we experience as a company. So when I comment on this, it's also quite valid for us as a company. So if you look into bostäder, which is housing in English, there is where we have seen the decline. And we all know that housing has had a very, very strong development during the last 10 years. But there we now see a slowdown, especially in the Stockholm region, I would say. If you look into lokaler, and lokaler, that includes commercial, it includes schools, hospital, that is a stable demand and a growing demand. So that market or segment is actually increasing. And if you look into the industry, both in terms of what companies invest in expanding their buildings or facilities, but also how they invest in machinery, etc., that is also going down right now. Where we see a great potential, and that is something that is really, really hot, I would say, that is infrastructure. And here it is estimated that we in Sweden will invest more than 600 to 700 billion during the next coming 10 years. And that will go into railways and roads. So what we have been doing during the first half of this year is to focus and be very proactive in sales so we have a stronger position to these growing segments, which is a good segue to the next slide. So here I will comment on our exposure and where we are from our business areas. And if we start with system, it includes 3 business units. We have HVAC, sanitation, we have fire and safety, which is a newly established business area, and we have electrical and telecommunication. In the first 2, we have seen a stable development during the first half year, and this is something we foresee to continue during the second half year. We were exposed in a couple of projects in electrical and telecommunication in the Stockholm region, and that has affected our margin. But since then, we have managed to have a stronger position to these growing segments, and I will get back to you and show you some of the big and very important projects we have won. If we move on to architecture and management, we have 2 business units, architects and project management. And here we have a low exposure to housing, and here we see a stable and good development. If we then move on to civil engineering and infrastructure, we have 2 business units, and let's start with building, which includes Integra that you mentioned, Peter. Integra is delivering very well, by the way. Also here we saw a slowdown in Q1, but also here we have seen a good result of the sales initiatives we have done. And I didn't mention that in systems, we could already see in Q2 that we improved our profit with 40% compared to Q1, despite fewer working days. So we know that we are on the right track here. If you look into infrastructure, that is our most fast-growing segment or business unit in PE right now. Here we have built up organically a strong team in railway, and we have won a lot of projects here. But here we will now continue to focus to grow the railway part, but also move into the segment road, which is even bigger than railway. And then if you look into industry and energy, here we are in a transformation mode of that business area. It is our smallest business area, and here we are moving away from being a resource consultant to focus more on automation and digitalization. And the definition of resource consultant is where we are on site at our customers. And we don't think that built any culture or structure capital. And again, here there is also a slowdown in the market. But when it comes to automation and digitalization, we see a stable demand for our services. So all in all, the sales initiative that we did not in Q1, we did that in Q1, but during the first half year, have made us in a better position for the second half year. So here we expect to get a higher utilization and continue to improve our results. And here are some of the examples I mentioned, projects that we have won in the first half year. And I would especially like to highlight Danderyds Hospital. It is in Stockholm for those of you that are not from Sweden or maybe don't know where it is. Here we have all our business units involved in business area systems. It is a project that is up and running. It is one of the bigger projects ever we have won in PE. And the total investment here is 2 billion SEK. So that's a very important project for us going forward. And also to mention some of the framework agreements we have won, which is very, very important. And I will mention 3. We have won Jernhusen, which is about commercial. We have won LITIUM, that is responsible for all hospitals in Stockholm, and also Täby kommun, which is a municipality. And the reason for mentioning these 3 is that the slowdown we saw was in the Stockholm region. So here we have won a big project and also some very, very important big framework contracts for us anyway, if you look in sort of a national perspective. So that will be very important for us going forward. Our key initiatives for the second half year is to increase profitability. That is priority 1, 2, 3, and probably 4 and 5 as well. So we will continue our proactive sales activities. And if you look into the customer split we have about 35 of our contracts are to the public sector and 65 to the private sector. But now, after winning these orders and framework contracts, we are moving into 40-60. And in 2020, that might be 45-55, which will enable us to have a more stable and better utilization, and with that, better result. We have also launched a cost-saving program that was initiated in the beginning of the year, and that includes closing down of smaller offices within our business area, industry and energy, and also an overview and staff reduction in units where we have seen issues with profits. So the value of that will be 50 million SEK on a yearly basis, starting from 2020, and we will realize 5 million on that in the second half year of 2019. And as I mentioned and Peter mentioned, we are a company that have grown quite quickly, so there has been a need to consolidate and unite PE as a company. And to mention 3 or maybe the most important activities we're doing to capture easy wins, but also long-term cost and sales synergies. In April, we consolidate 60 operating entities to 1, so that is done. So that is something we are implementing now, and that's also part of it, is a part of our cost-saving programs. We are running a co-location program as well, so we are moving together our offices. So in 2021, 70 offices will become 40. Already done in Örebro, it's happening now in Uppsala, it will happen later this year in Malmö, and in the mid-2020, 7 offices will become 1 in Gothenburg, and in 2021 we will move together our 3 central offices in Stockholm. Also very important, not to save costs, but to get people together, because then things start to happen. Then you start to talk to your colleagues, and we work even better as a team. So very, very important to us. We are also going to the market as one brand now, as PE. That is also very important and very appreciated by the customer. It's clearer for them who we are and what we can deliver. That is also ongoing now, and of course, we will continue to invest within infrastructure. Very important to us going forward. And we have said that we will probably not acquire any more companies this year, but here is actually an area where we're looking into maybe acquire a company as well. So very, very important going forward. So to make some final conclusions and also our outlook for the remainder of the year, we have managed to grow the company that are in line with our plans and financial target that is driven by acquisitions. However, we have a lower earnings year on year, but thanks to the proactive sales work we have done and our stronger position, we expect to improve both results and utilization for the second half year. So with that, we believe we will deliver a result that is in line with last year or slightly better. I'm done. So hopefully you have a better picture now on PE as a company and open up for questions then.
Yes. Thank you very much, Per and Peter, for the presentation. I have one question here. You mentioned a market slowdown in the first half of the year.
Yeah.
How is the demand affected in the different business areas?
It is actually what I described. We saw a slowdown because of some projects we were involved in within electrical and telecommunication and also within building construction. So we think that we have a better position now because of the projects and framework agreements we have won, but that affected us during the first half year, I would say. So the market slowdown, it is there, but again, it is from high levels. So you need to work harder to win the projects, and you need to have a good position to the growing segments.
And can you do something else when the customers are getting more cautious with their budgets? How do you work differently in a market like this?
I can say we don't do fixed price, and I don't think we will do that. We do that sometimes within industry, but of course, we have launched some where we sort of productify our services. We have such a product called sustainable housing, for example, which is more of a process which we sell for a fixed price. And the good thing about that is maybe not that we will have half of the revenue for that, but it's a good thing to enter and get into these early stages where we can use we have some management consultants in sustainability, our architects. So for us, it's a good way to get closer to the customer and win contract. And that is actually what we have done in some of the orders we have won now. So I think that's a good way to do it.
Okay. And we also saw a chart here of the different business area. In 5 years' time, how do you think that chart will develop?
Hopefully, the chart will be even bigger. But I think within infrastructure, that is actually not yet a business area. That is something that we would like, or it will be a business area. So there we believe it's a great opportunity, but we are a little bit too small. So that is something that we really would focus or will focus to grow.
And is it mainly organic, or do you still continue to do a lot of M&As?
We will grow it organically, but here we need to do an acquisition. Otherwise, it will take too long time. So that's for sure something we will do.
And do you see any difference in the M&A market the last couple of years?
No, not really. And I mean, we have never been in bidding processes. I mean, I think what we have done during this year is to build up a very strong structure capital where we have our deal pipe of potential acquisitions. And that is something that we will utilize from going on as well. So we do our very best to not be in bidding processes, and we have been successful with that so far. So that is something that we will continue to focus on.
You haven't seen the prices go up that much because of
No.
A lot of companies have pursued M&A because of the low rents?
Yeah, no, not really. And again, we are not taking part in these bidding processes. So I think it can take 3 years for us to close a deal. But we always are in discussion with maybe 5 to 10 companies. So it's a good way of working that we have established during these years.
Okay. You also mentioned an ambitious plan here that you go for one brand and one operating entity.
Yeah.
Isn't there a risk to lose some decentralization in the, like, for example, in the P&L, like, do they still have how do you your local offices, how
Yeah,
are they affected by this change?
They are affected by the brand, of course, but many of the companies and employees, they actually, and when we acquire a company, we are very, very clear with what will happen with the brand. So, I mean, that is clear. And if they don't want to change the brand, then we will not do the acquisition. So that is something they want, actually. And in terms of decentralization, that is still very important to us. So we don't have 60 legal entities, but you have as many P&Ls out there still. So you are still responsible for your P&L. That is very, very important and core to us.
Yeah.
So super important to keep that culture.
And if we look back for the last couple of acquisitions that you've done, have you managed to integrate them well, or has there been any issues?
No, I think if we at least if we talk about Integra, that's why we have said that we will not do any more acquisitions this year. We will really take care of that, and that is running very, very well, the integration. And here we see quite early some synergies that we can sell together. We use their customer base, and they use the PE customer base, so we're getting more and more deals. And again, that's also a result of the sales and initiatives that we've done in the first half year.
Okay. And the last question, do you continue to focus on Sweden, or will we see an expansion abroad as well?
To expand our 3 people office in Norway, maybe. No, but we will expand our business outside Sweden, but the main focus now is to increase profitability. That's more important than expanding the business into other countries. But of course, that's something that we will look into. But first, we will improve profitability.
Okay. Thank you very much,
Thank you.
Per and Peter. We'll give them one more. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Welcome everyone, and let's start off with the next presentation. And here we have the pleasure of welcoming FORTNOX and the CEO Nils CARLSSON. Me myself, I am Simon Granat. I work as an analyst at ABG. And enough said about that. Please go ahead, Nils, and present the company and what's happening in this current market.
Okay. Thank you very much, and thank you, ABG, for the kindly invitation to present today. FORTNOX, as you know, is a cloud-based software and a platform for business services, both to small businesses and accounting firms. And what we offer is more or less these kind of administrational services, but also we have subsidiaries offering finance services as factoring, for example, or invoicing handling. We also have a subsidiary that we call FORTNOX Insurance, or Försäkring in Swedish, and that is more or less a little bit startup, but also to be able to offer complementary services towards our small business owners. We also have value-added services, which you can see on the left side of this picture, and we also have an ecosystem with over 300 integration partners. So this is more or less what FORTNOX are offering, and this is our platform. And FORTNOX is an amazing company in many ways, and I will try to explain a little bit about that during my presentation. FORTNOX is very well positioned, I would say, in the marketplace in Sweden. This picture shows a little bit about the possible penetration rate of cloud services in Sweden. FORTNOX is the market leader. And there is a transformation ongoing in the industry, both for the small business owners in Sweden and the accounting firms in Sweden. Roughly, I would guess that the penetration rate of cloud services and the uptake of cloud services, when you refer to accounting services, is roughly around 50% in Sweden today. There's no scientific or survey about this, but this is my belief that we were around these kind of figures. And then a question I often get is, where are we heading? And my answer to that is more or less, I think Sweden will reach up to 90% penetration rate, but that will probably take some years more compared to where we are today. There is countries in the world that today have over 70 and 80% penetration rate. So there's quite good, movement in the market, but also in terms of potential for a company like FORTNOX. We released our quarterly report a couple of weeks ago. And the growth rate we had in Q2 was over 40%, 43% of our net turnover. So a really good growth rate, but we did that also with an operating margin of 31%. So these two figures are really happy to present. The customers is 286,000 companies in Sweden, which is customers to FORTNOX, and we employed roughly 20 more people during the quarter. So today we're almost like 300 people employed by FORTNOX. So all in all, in these kind of KPIs, a good quarter report. Something else that could be notable in the Q2 report from FORTNOX is the ARPU, the average revenue per user, which in the Q2 report was 142 Swedish krona. And that was a lift up by roughly 15 Swedish krona from last year, the same period. We can also see that the parent company actually had a bigger operating margin compared to the group, with roughly almost 35%. And also our subsidiary, FORTNOX Finance, had an operating margin of 13%. So this could be notable in the Q2 report as well. If you look at the sales results, the past 3 years, the sales of the group, you can see they have been increasing very, very stable. The operating profit, more or less the same track, the past 3 years, every quarter. A little bit different quarter to quarter, but I think you should look at the trend instead. both in terms of Swedish krona and percentage. You can see a quite large increase the past 3 years. So really nice all in all. Another KPI that you might look at is the customer growth. The customer growth have the past 3 years roughly adding up to 50,000 new companies as customers to Fortnox every year. A very stable growth, I would say. In terms of other significant events in the quarter, you could see also that we in June we applied for a payment processor application to the finance authorities in Sweden. And that is a reason or a strategic step for us to be able to offer more payment services to our customers and to actually not just to offer them bookkeeping, they should actually be able to pay their invoices as well, for example. We launched different kind of packages or bundle packages during the second quarter as well. And the reason for doing that is that we have probably been the only player in Europe that hasn't been offering these kind of bundle packages. And this is a way of more or less simplify for the customers to be able to take on our services and to understand what they are buying and the value for them as well. We also released from our insurance company, motor insurances. The insurance company that we have is a broking company. We have agreements, fantastic agreements with the big insurance company SPP and also another big insurance company called Trygg Hansa in Sweden that we work together with. So in more or less the status today of our insurance business is that we have live customers, but you should consider it as a testing and piloting phase that we're into right now. So these are the significant events that we could actually see in quarter two. A good quarter for the company and also a stable company and a stable KPIs that we released in the second quarter. If we should take a look from our perspective on the market and the strategy for Fortnox, you could say that this is one perspective of the market that Fortnox are into. It's becoming a more diversified marketplace where Fortnox is present. You could see that there are more or less new kind of accounting firms that has been bought up by PE companies on the left side, Aspia, LRF Consult, for example. We also see different kind of hybrids, as we call them, different kind of competitors that also offer accounting services towards their customers. At the same time, they do own developments. We have cloud-based, where Fortnox is present. You have the traditional on-premise players, like HOKAN and Visma, for example. But you can also see very, very small mobile players. You could see the traditional accounting firms and also very niched players, for example, like company expense doing receipts handling, for example. So all in all, you could say that markets are becoming more and more diversified. It's more players in the market, a lot of startups as well. So it's becoming a crowded place to be in. If you wonder about Fortnox growth strategy in this kind of marketplace, it's quite simple. And it's probably very similar to other players as well. Where we are today, we are grabbing market share. That's what we're doing. And that's our focus and that's our priority number one. It's to increase the number of customers and the users of our platform and Fortnox services. We also, as the second step, try to increase the sales to our existing customers because the customer base are becoming quite large now. 286,000 companies in Sweden is a quite good customers to ours. And the third step, it is to offer them complementary services. And complementary services for us is for example, insurances, for example, finance services, and it could be a lot of other things as well. So these three very simple steps is our growth strategy. Of course, so as every other company, you know, we have 100 pages of PowerPoint that is describing our strategy as well. But I think I shouldn't bore you with that. So you will get one pager instead. So this is the one. What you can see also in the market is it's not only an industry transformation. It's actually a customer transformation journey that we're into. And we have been into that the past maybe 2 years. And that is also what we're seeing the coming years. When you talk about FORTNOX, you probably refer to, okay, it's the company that's doing bookkeeping. But a lot of our customers, they are coming from a manual bookkeeping, and we try to develop them and transform them into digital accounting. And the third step would be to transform them to be automated, to actually offer them automated accounting, and that the customers and the accounting firms should actually also have the ability and the processes that needs to be digital. And the big thing with actually this picture is to understand that a lot of the customers in Sweden, both accounting firms and small business owners, they are not digital today. They are not automated in terms of doing their bookkeeping or administrational services. They are in the red dot. They are more or less in the first phase to do manual bookkeeping, and for most of them it's a really big step to just go from manual accounting to digital accounting. And there's a lot of people talking about, okay, everything should be automated and no accounting consultants should be needed in the future. I think that's a little bit ridiculous. That's not the way we see it. There's a lot of people out there that actually need help in this journey and this transformational journey. Even if you're a very well placed and established accounting firm, they need our help to do this. This is the journey both in the industry and also for the customers, not to forget. If you look at the customer base of FORTNOX, I said to you it's 286,000 customers and companies. And I don't think you will see what it says on the right page on this slide, but the point with actually showing this kind of diagram is that you should see that the customers in FORTNOX, they are diversified in almost every single sector that is present in Sweden. So if you took a statistical survey from SCB in Sweden and would like to look at how the companies in Sweden look like, this is more or less how it looks like. And it's the same for FORTNOX. And the benefit for us is that this gives us stability inside the company, because we're not dependent on any sector or industry or construction or retail or IT or whatever it is. Everyone needs bookkeeping or administrational services, even if your company is going good or if it's going bad. This is something that you really need. So this could be an interesting point for you guys who wonder how the customer base looks like. The big green area is what we call juridik ekonomi in Swedish. That's more or less accounting, economy kind of services and companies inside that. And then it's retail and construction. Those are the biggest areas where we have customers, even if, you know, in total it's quite small. So this is how it looks like for us and the customer base. And when we talk about almost 300,000 companies in Sweden as customers, we'll probably, hopefully, continue to get new customers and grabbing market share the coming years. We also try to take our responsibility in the society and try to debate and try to be a voice of Sweden's small businesses, to try to get them to increase their competitiveness in the industry. So we try to debate, and this is an article from a broadband issue where we debated about the government's broadband growth, and that is actually having implications for Sweden's small businesses. So we try to be a voice and try to fight for Sweden's small businesses and their competitiveness in the marketplace. So we're not just only in the business of bookkeeping, as you can see. I mentioned to you that we have over 300 integration partners. This is our ecosystem. Everybody talks about ecosystem, but in our view, this is a way of actually helping our customers. There's a lot of customers out there that think that, okay, I'm very, very special. I have a specific platform or software that I need to have in my business, but it also needs to be connected to FORTNOX to be able to work for my business or my segment or my industry or my shop or whatever it could be. And I can promise you, we probably definitely have the partner to help them to connect to our software, help them with their specific need. Even if you're an e-commerce or if you're a retailer or whatever kind of customer you are. So this ecosystem is really important for FORTNOX. We also create businesses to our partners, so it's more or less a win-win situation for them. So this is not a show-off picture. We don't need to have a show-off picture for FORTNOX because this is a way of actually strategically doing business and creating businesses, not just for our customers. It's creating businesses to our partners, but also creating businesses to FORTNOX. And this is a way of letting and creating new business for us and also to be able to have that kind of diagram that I just showed you. Without those integration partners and this ecosystem, you shouldn't have seen those 286,000 customers. So we're very, very happy for our integration partners out there. And we have an open API, as we call it, and it's very easy and friendly to connect with FORTNOX, and we try to be very transparent in our API. And we even have competitors that has connected to FORTNOX platform. But that is the way we look at it. We try to be very open and transparent. It's also an ecosystem that is important for us in one way to develop more business, both for the partners, but also for ourselves in the future. So this ecosystem will probably increase month by month going forward. We offer a generic system, and these partners, they are developing specific needs for the customers. And that is also a way to actually improve for example, our RPU or our operating margin. If we should be doing all these kind of specific changes that the partners are doing, you will probably not see an operating margin of 31% as we launched in Q2. So this is a really good tool for us and a very strategic ecosystem for FORTNOX. Something that is a little bit different for FORTNOX compared to maybe other competitors is also that we have agreements with all the Swedish large accounting firms. And you probably recognize all the names on this slide. And this is something that is unique in the marketplace and that is unique for FORTNOX. These agreements are very powerful for us. They are important for us, and this is also our customers and partners. It's also our distribution channel as well. So we're very, very happy to have those kind of agreements. There's very few other players in the industry and in the market that has those kind of agreements that we have with, for example, Aspia, LRFK, Grant Thornton, Ernst Young, BDO, Deloitte, and so on. So this is really, really nice and very important for us. So there you had a very, very brief presentation about FORTNOX, a little bit around where we are from our second quarter, how many customers we have, more or less the unique selling points for the company, a little bit where the market is, and I think the market has really good potential the coming years as well. FORTNOX is an amazing company. We're present in Växjö in Småland, where we have our head office, And we also have an office in Malmö, where we have our finance company as well. So we're not present here in Stockholm, not yet, and we will try to see how long we can stay in Växjö. I think Växjö is a really nice town with a lot of fantastic employees as well. So I'm very happy for the team and for the management team as well. So this was my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that, Nils. And let's continue this presentation with a few questions on my behalf. So first off, one driver for your impressive sales growth in the last couple of years is that you have a maturing customer base where customers are gradually adding more and more modules. Can you please give us an approximation of the amount of modules for an average customer, and also how many modules do a mature customer have?
A really good question. It's like you're saying, the straight answer is more or less that we could see that the average number of modules is like 2. But it's a big difference between a new customer and a customer that has been with us for several years. I will not give a guidance on how many that is, but it's far more than 2 modules. It's really important to understand the customer's maturity, because their maturity and their digital behavior is also a way of actually creating Fortnox success. By the maturity of the customers and the accounting firms in Sweden and their way of actually becoming more digitized and becoming more automated as the third step, as I showed you, that is also something that's create value for Fortnox, and not just only create value for the customers. So a management answer.
Good one. And for how long does it take before a customer becomes mature? When does the delta sort of decrease?
I would say it's roughly somewhere around 3 to 4 years.
Okay. And as we spoke of earlier, the amount of modules is gradually expanding. How do you work towards expanding that number on each customer? Do you have salespeople that are calling their customers and trying to upsell products, or how do you work with that?
Our focus today is, as I said, is primarily to grab market share. That is our focus. To help the customers and to really help them to understand what they need is much more important for us than just doing cold calls. So what we're having is a more like an educational department where we travel around Sweden and try to educate customers instead, and to try to learn them what do they need. And that instead are actually creating sales to us more than just doing cold calls and having several key account managers in cars driving around Sweden, because we don't have that in that sense. And we also have as I showed you, the agreements with the accounting firms. They are more or less our resellers. If they are happy, if they have a quality product, if they think that the quality assurance that they have inside their businesses are good for them, it will probably be quite good for a lot of people in Sweden as well.
And in recent years, we have seen some consolidation occurring in the sector. For instance, Aspia has come alive.
Yeah.
Has this affected you and your operations in any way, positive or negative?
No, it hasn't affected us in any way, I would say. It's an interesting strategic step that a PE company is stepping in and transforming the industry. And in one sense, I would say it's more or less maybe helping Fortnox. What I mean by that is that they are increasing the speed and maturity of the customers, in increasing the demand of digitized services as we are offering. So in one sense, I would say, yes, it has affected us that they are putting more speed in the market, and that is good for us.
And as a last question, the churn rate is not explicitly reported in your quarterly reports. Can we have a small discussion on the recent trends in terms of churn rates and what's behind those trends? Are you feeling any external things affecting your churn rates, for instance, bankruptcies, etc.?
No, if we look at our churn rate, and the churn rate we have is very low. The ones of you who's maybe referring to telecom companies or other kind of companies in that sector, they have a really high churn rate, and we have an extremely low churn rate. So in one sense, I can see that the churn rate is definitely not increasing. That's also a way that we try to simplify our offering a little bit with the bundle package that we launched in April. As I mentioned to you guys, we're probably the only one who has never had a bundle package in Europe, so we started to do that as well. But the churn rate in FORTNOX is very low, I would say.
And how would you say the initial time has been after you launched the bundling of products? Has this exceeded your expectations, or?
I think it's more or less what we have thought. It's not a huge number of customers. It's not a low amount of customers either. The customers who's grabbing the bundle packages are new customers, so it's not existing customers, only new customers. But it's according to our expectations, absolutely.
Okay, thank you. That's all of my questions.
Okay.
So let's thank Nils with a smaller applause.
Thank you.
Hallå, hallå. Vi har fått en programändring här. Litium kommer tyvärr inte presentera. Ni har sett pressmeddelandet att han har avgått. Så att vi kommer ha en paus nu, så kör vi nästa presentation om en halvtimme.
1-year product. This is something that has come to stay. We have partnered a couple of big distribution companies, one of them being STADA, which is one of the biggest European pharmaceutical companies, the #1 in Germany. We are partnered with them for Germany, Austria, and Belgium. We have Boots and Lloyds as partners in UK, and I will show you what we are doing. Last year we did a rights issue of $10 million or euro. So I already told you it's the #1 product that prevents and shortens the common cold, not treating the symptoms primarily, but treating the virus. And it works like it reduces the virus particles. So firstly, the product creates a barrier in the throat, which is mechanical. And then the product contains an enzyme that cuts off the surface proteins of a virus. If this is a virus, I do like this. The virus has surface proteins on the surface. And our cells also have surface proteins. And for the virus to get in contact with the body, it has to dock to our proteins, and then it invades the cell. And once in the cell, the virus starts producing hundreds of thousands or even millions of virus particles in one cell. It's taking over the cell factory. And when the cell is about to burst, it really bursts. And then the virus is spread all over the nose and throat, and then you get a real common cold. The enzyme cuts off the surface proteins, so the virus cannot dock to the cells. So that's the mode of action. The enzyme comes from cod. It's interesting, but it's very technical. But briefly, the cod is swimming in 4 degrees Celsius. Normally, mammals like us, we die when it's 27 degrees because our enzymes stop working. This enzyme is fully working at 4 degrees Celsius. And when it comes in contact with our body temperature, it becomes super active. So in a bottle of CARLSSON, we only need a small fraction of enzymes. And that's the secret why the enzyme doesn't digest itself. Normally when I meet scientists, they say, oh, you have an enzyme in your bottle. It must degrade itself in 10 minutes. But it doesn't, partly because of this cod cold adaptive enzyme, as it's called. Normally we think of common cold as a disease of the nose. But in fact, most of the virus replicates in the throat. And the nose is more of a symptom organ. We cough, we have a blocked nose, and we also have a sore throat, pain in the throat. But most of it begins in the throat. So therefore, because we want to attack the virus, we spray the spray in the throat, in the mouth, not in the nose. CARLSSON takes care of almost all known viruses up to a very high degree. So if we mix CARLSSON with the most common viruses and then allow the virus to invade cells, they can't do it because they have been inactivated. There is one virus, adenovirus, which is not very common, that is only partly affected by CARLSSON. So this is done in test lab. CARLSSON is not a pharmaceutical product. It's not a medicine. It's a medical device. Why? Because it's working outside of the body. It doesn't go into the cells. You swallow it and it goes through the stomach and out the other way. And it contains very natural substances that are not absorbed by the body. So by definition, when it doesn't have a pharmaceutical or metabological effect, it becomes a medical device. And that means that the regulations are less tough than for pharmaceuticals because the risk is much lower. These are the countries where we are present right now. We just launched in South Africa before summer. They have their winter when we have our summer, which is good because our business goes up and down. It's low sales during the summer months and it peaks during autumn and winter. But with South Africa as the first country in the southern hemisphere, we will even out that variation a little bit. Last year we also got an agreement with one of the biggest Japanese life science companies. they don't want to disclose themselves because they want to keep competitors as far behind as possible. And in Germany, as I said, we have STADA, we have a distributor in Spain, and then we are selling directly in Scandinavia and have a distributor in Iceland, where this idea comes from originally. STADA. The German market is a 1 billion euro market, so it's about 10 times bigger than Sweden. This product takes a lot of effort and investment in marketing, so we are looking for the best and biggest distributors because they must be able to afford to do the marketing necessary. You don't, as a distributor, you don't earn money the first year. STADA is one of these big, good partners. They are market leaders in Germany for symptom-relieving cold products. They are market leaders in UK as well, and in Russia, and in other countries. So we closed the deal for Germany, Belgium, and Austria. They launched in 2017. They got an immediate penetration and good sales. They had a massive campaign, and they were so good, so the competitors woke up. Our competitors are the biggest companies in the world selling symptom-relieving products. So our partner got in front of the court, and the court said you are not allowed to market and sell this product because you don't have enough science behind it. And the court required science that is necessary for pharmaceuticals, but not for medical devices. Our partner tried at the higher court, but got the same verdict in December 2018. And in essence, it means that we have to do a big placebo-controlled trial for CARLSSON as the first medical device in global history, I think. But it's exclusive for the German market, so STADA is continuing to sell in Austria and Belgium, and no other European country has these tough marketing rules. It is to protect their consumers. So that's the reason. And if we look at sales, we can see the impact. We launched, this is quarterly sales. We launched in Germany third quarter 2017. You could see that we were happy. The sales that quarter doubled compared to the year before. Fourth quarter, they follow up with a new order. Fantastic. First quarter 2018, we got a new order from Germany, and then we were not allowed to sell. So after that, sales went down. So last year, we had lower sales. But you can see, if we clean out from Germany, it's still growing. Fourth quarter 2018, we didn't have Germany, but still there was a good growth. Also the first quarter this year, if we clean out Germany, there is an underlying growth. And the summer months are low sales, and we didn't have any sales in Germany here. So we are, of course, hoping of getting back in Germany as soon as possible. These are the German. Our Q2 report, you can see that we had a growth of almost 20% compared to last year. Germany doesn't affect this at all, but if you look at the first 2 quarters, we had sales in Germany during 2018, which gave us higher figures. But if we clean for Germany, the growth is about 10% on the existing markets. We have operating costs that are a little bit higher than last year, and that is because we are doing very big clinical trials, patient studies. And for the moment, we are doing a placebo-controlled trial, and you can understand why. This is a better way of looking at the sales because it evens out the variation for quarters. It's the rolling 12 months sales. And you can see the trend, and then with Germany, our commercial idea was to jack up the line on a higher level, but then we fell back when we lost Germany, or when we did this break, I would say. but the underlying growth is still there. CARLSSON is the most recommended common cold product if you ask pharmacy employees, far more than the others, because probably because it goes to the root of the common cold, the virus itself, and because it's effective. This is a quite interesting picture. It's the launch date along the x-axis here, 1960, 1970, and this is the market share in Sweden. And you can see that the big products, they were launched 50 years ago. They don't have any patent, they don't have any modern clinical trials, patient studies. And for 50 years, nothing has happened. These two products are copy products of these original brands. And this is among the biggest companies in the world. It's GlaxoSmithKline and Beecham and Reckitt Benckiser. And then comes CARLSSON as the first product that has established itself on a very sophisticated market, like the Swedish market is, because customers think and want to understand. And we have 6.2 market share. And this is not unique only in Sweden. It's globally unique. There are no other new products on the market, or there hasn't been during the last decade, that has established itself and stayed on the market. It's difficult for you to see, but this is official Nielsen data. Sales from pharmacies. So the market is 950 million Swedish krona. Number one product is Otrivin, 161 million Swedish krona. Strepsils, Nipaxon, cough syrup, and then comes CARLSSON on place number 4. And then comes a lot of well-known brands, Neseril, Bufacin, etc. So we have really established ourselves in the market. Globally, it's a $30 billion market. It's huge. Remember, we have 6% market share in Sweden. It takes time. I mean, we launched in 2013. But we have a partner in Germany. We have an agreement with Japan, and these are big markets. And we are working on the other markets as well. Our strategy, of course, is to continue growing in Sweden. Outside of Scandinavia, we don't have direct sales people. We only go through distributors that take all the costs for sales and marketing, etc. So the costs we have is the people, the staff, the 21 people in Iceland and Sweden, and the clinical trials that we are doing. Then we can continue growing on top of that with the help of distributors. Some news. I told you we have a platform technology. We are focusing on common cold. It's big enough. We don't want to fail in common cold because we're doing a lot of other stuff. But it happens that we have a barrier technology, and we don't only protect the mucosal barrier, the throat and the nose. The technology also protects the skin. So we have been talking to a German company for a couple of years, and we have had some small business. And suddenly they got private equity investing in them, and we got this order of 120 million Swedish krona over 3 years. First year, this year, is quite low, maximum 5 million Swedish, and then it's growing when they are penetrating their markets, new markets with new products. I told you we are doing a placebo study. We finished that in May, and now we are working a lot with feeding the computers with data, and we are hoping to get the results during fall, or we will get that during this fall. And if they are good, we have fulfilled what the German court required from us. We need to publish the results as well, but you can do that online fairly quick. I told you we launched in South Africa. We launched a new a new taste this fall, strawberry, to broaden the customer base. And based on another clinical trial that we made last year, we have also expanded the indication to not only shorten and treat the common cold, but also the symptom sore throat. The first symptom is very often sore throat. We have a lot of publications. This is a key when you deal with a product like us, not only to prove to customers and pharmacists, but especially to the best distributors. We need science. We did a large study on real common cold, the kind of common cold you will get, if not today, maybe tomorrow or next month, showing that quality of life significantly improves with CARLSSON. Had this been a pharmaceutical, then this 35% reduction in symptoms would have been huge. It is as huge for a medical device. And these are the quality of life parameters we are looking at. You know, when you have a common cold, you can't think clearly. You don't sleep because your nose is blocked, and you can't interact with others. And already within the first 24 hours, for those who take CARLSSON, there is a significant improvement compared to if they don't take anything with CARLSSON. So they have a better physics, they can walk better, and they interact with others in a better way. And then after 2 and 3 and 4 days, all of these quality of life parameters are improved with CARLSSON compared to no treatment at all. So this is very strong data. This is the need for rescue medication. That is drugs, painkillers, or nose sprays. And if you use CARLSSON, you don't have any need for paracetamol or naproxen or nose spray at the same extent as you have if you don't take CARLSSON. And finally, this is the shortening of the common cold. So the blue bars is CARLSSON, and the red bars are without CARLSSON. And you can see that they get healthy quicker if they use CARLSSON. So you reduce the cold period with a couple of days, not only the symptom, but also the duration. I can drop the summary. The placebo study we just have finished is designed in exactly the same way, but we are not comparing CARLSSON to no treatment. We are comparing to placebo. But there is no evidence whatsoever in history that placebo affects common cold. So we expect the data to be similar to what we have seen with the other study. But you never know with clinical trials, and you never know with placebo-controlled trials. So it's exciting time, not only for shareholders, but also for us. Summary, big market, a paradigm shift with CARLSSON. We don't treat the symptoms, we treat the stage before. Patent-protected platform, very strong clinical data, a very nice product pipeline, which is on hold, but that we will release when we think it's time. 7 years of substantial growth on the domestic markets, good distribution contracts, and we own our own research. We control everything from start, including research, production, and finally sales, except for those markets where we have a distributor. Thank you. A long tid.
So thank you very much, Fredrik. Now we'll move on to some questions and answers. So first of all, looking at the competitive landscape, there has been launch of some competitive products, for example, using a red algae enzyme and such. Could you describe the impact on ENZYMATICA and perhaps also what, if you're doing anything to mitigate competitive risks, or more flavor on the competitive landscape as a whole, as new products sort of enter the market?
There has been a couple of nose sprays with the barrier technology on the market, European market, since many years. And firstly, it's not convenient to stuff your nose with a lot of barrier material. And secondly, they haven't worked that good as expected because everything happens in the throat, or most of it. So we were the first to launch a throat spray. Now we have some competitors also on the Swedish market. But what we're doing is we are improving our clinical evidence. So our best marketeers is the pharmacy salespeople, because they are educated and they understand and they recommend CARLSSON because we have the evidence. And then secondly, it's the repeat purchase. Our customers, we have 80% repeat purchase, which is very high for a product like this. And that is because it works. So we don't have to do any specific action against our competitors. We improve our own product and our own evidence. And you saw, I mean, I showed you the biggest 13 products in the segment, and it's only us there.
So you mentioned that marketing is an important piece of the penetration of especially new markets, as you mentioned. So could you walk us through the process, the marketing process of how you sort of educate the customers and how you spread the word, so to say?
First is awareness. So you will see a lot of CARLSSON on television. Not a lot. I mean, it's maybe 20% of what you see for Otroin, for example. But that's a bigger company. So that's awareness. And then when you go to the pharmacy and you don't remember the product name, we have trained the pharmacy people in CARLSSON. So they want to recommend CARLSSON. And then the third and most important, the product works. And then we do a lot of sampling. Because it works, we are very keen on giving away products. Because there is a resistance. People don't really believe that something works against common cold. So I have 20 packages here for those of you who are fast runners. You have to take a brochure as well.
So it's a bit of word of mouth marketing there.
Yeah.
So as you mentioned, the regulatory situation in Germany will obviously be sort of a key value inflection point for the company. But looking beyond that, there's quite interesting. Could you give us some more information on the Japanese opportunity and perhaps what other platforms we can expect in the further expansion going forward?
Yeah, it's not the regulatory thing in Germany. It's pure marketing regulations. Regulatory is a European matter. But Japan, yeah, it's a fantastic market. You have seen Japanese people with this mask against their face when traveling, and it's very crowded. And it's a cultural thing that you don't want to get sick and be away from your work, and you don't want to bring a common cold to your neighbors and your family. So they have a lot of common cold products, whereof the mask is one. So the distributor we have is very excited. But there we have a regulatory hurdle. We need to get the product approved. And we hope that it will be approved during next year. It's the Olympic Games next year. It would be fantastic to be there. But yeah, we don't know.
So do you think that this placebo control study would add strength in your discussions with the Japanese authorities there, or?
Absolutely. It will help us everywhere, not only in Germany. Because if you invest in a product like our, for example, in US, you have to spend hundreds of millions of Swedish krona during the first years. And to do that, you need to be convinced that the product keeps what it promises. And then a clinical trial is the absolutely best.
And a final question. You touched upon it in your presentation, but the recent deal with Maren Cosmetics in Germany, could we expect similar deals, or will you solely focus on the core operations, or sort of a strategic view there?
We focus on common cold. Not only on this product, but in a little bit broader sense, because that opportunity is big enough. But as I said, we have a pipeline on hold. And when opportunities like this cosmetic company passes by, we had to grab it because it's so much money. And of course, if there are other opportunities like this, we will jump on that as well. But we don't spend money or time on anything else than common cold for the moment.
Interesting. So thank you very much, and thank you all for listening. We will now take a break. So we'll be back with 12:30. HANDICARE will have a presentation. So thank you very much.
Welcome back, everyone, from the lunch. My name is Victor Forsell. I'm an analyst here at ABG within the healthcare sector. And we have the honor to have Staffan TERNSTRÖM here today, the CEO of HANDICARE. Welcome, Staffan.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. Good afternoon, and welcome back after lunch. I just want to say this before here, that I was supposed to be co-represented with the new CFO of HANDICARE, and she's still with us. She's just homesick in fever. So the reason why Pernilla is not coming up with me here today is because she's sick. So just want to note that up front. So welcome to HANDICARE. What I would like to do here over the next 20 minutes is talk a little bit about what we do, potentially why it would be an idea to invest in us, and how we do, and also plan to do in the future. So if we look at HANDICARE, normally, or if when I stood here last time, we actually had another business unit which we divested. But HANDICARE, what are we about? We're about making everyday life easier, and we have two main business segments, accessibility and patient handling, where we do this. And if we look into our accessibility business, which is a little bit more than half our business, it really consists of two areas. One which is stair lifts, and another one which is vehicle accessibility, or where we convert cars. If we start to look at what we do in our stair lifts business, which I would consider really the jewel in the crown, or the best business we have with us. We work in two segments. One is straight stair lifts, and this is a picture of the newly launched 1100, which I've been talking about if you've been following us. And those we kind of sell off the shelf against inventory, mainly with our dealers. If we then look at the more advanced, where you normally have a staircase that's taking some curve, what we do is that we do custom made, or bespoke, as it's always called. This is a variant called Freelift, from Freelift in Netherlands, where we have one of our manufacturing plants. And then when we look into how do you kind of fit one of those stair lifts, we have a small iPad here, you can say. We put some markers in the staircase, we take photos of it, and then we can adjust that stair lift to fit in for every bespoke stair lift. And when we push a button there, it goes to a drawing office, which is a CAD office, and then it goes automatically into different bending machines, cutting machines, and then welding machines. So we make those staircases fully fit to the purpose. This is a business which we mainly across the globe serve our end customers through dealers, with the exception of two countries where we also do some direct business vis-a-vis the end customer. So obviously working with a dealer and get them to take more and more of your products and help them to do better and better business is one of the keys to success in this business. So this is the stair lift business, and I'll come back to that a little bit, what drives that business later on. Then we work in Denmark and Norway in a business called vehicle accessibility, and that's where we convert cars. So normally we are making a contract with the government, and then we refit cars for normally disabled people. We do this in Denmark and Norway. And we have 6 workshops in Denmark and 13 workshops in Norway where we'll do this. So very local business. We also have a small export business where we do sell certain floors and some other accessories, which we kind of gain the knowledge around. Local business, roughly 40-45 million around that business. And that's accessibility, and normally elderly and disabled people here. If you look at patient handling, it's a business which is more oriented towards the institutional care, or what you could say hospitals or long-term care. And we are in 3 segments. So we normally talk about ceiling track hoists, which lifts a patient up and down, and normally the patient gets into a sling like this. And we can either put those in ramps in the roof, and then work with patients and safely handling them. Or we could also use mobile lifts and also move patients. And finally, we have a business where we help, what should I say, facilitating your movements in the bathroom in a safe way as well. And you probably, if you've been to some kind of what we in Sweden would call a handicap or a toilet for disabled, you've probably seen those two levers here which you can pull up and down. So that's kind of where we work. So roughly 150 million here, roughly 40 to 45 here, and 70 to 75 in this business. If we look at Handicare a little bit more in numbers, I alluded to it. We did sell off Pulse, which was a distribution business, and that's something we said we want to do over time. We're never going to get us the margins or the growth that we're looking for. We are short of a 300 million euro business, and here you can do the math, but roughly then in accessibility is our biggest business. With mainly our accessibility business, we are in home care. What we say is home care, we're getting into the homes. And some of the business is also in the institutional, which we then can look in, would be then long-term institutional or acute institutional. And per definition, then this is our patient handling business, or most of it. We do some patient handling home care as well. We have a split globally where we mainly Europe dominated, and it's really Western Europe where we do most of our business. A couple of years ago, we bought Prism. This was second half of 2016, and that gave us a bigger footprint in North America. It's also part of that business, which we had some challenges over the period. And then the main markets where we do some business is China and Japan abroad, and it's mainly through some of our patient handling business, but otherwise mostly our stairlifts business. When we look at our global footprint, we do some manufacturing in China. Stairlifts is mainly in Birmingham and in Amsterdam, or just outside those two relatively big cities for stairlifts. And that's a good thing for us when we're facing Brexit. So we do curved stairlifts and straight stairlifts in both those markets. So it means that we can supply our British market, which is the biggest market we have, even after a very hard Brexit. We have our headquarters in North America in St. Louis, and then we also have some operations up in Toronto, and that's the kind of the main sites. Then obviously we have a number of sales offices across the world. So why would we invest in, or why could someone invest in Handicare? Why would that be a good idea? And I think the first one is to talk about is really, there are some really good demographic fundamentals behind this business. And I share a few numbers. One which is important for us in our patient handling business, because with the exception of moving the patient very safely from one location, from a bed to a wheelchair, or actually from a bed into another seating or another bed, the main benefit of our patient handling business is that we actually do save backs of healthcare workers. And if you look at one number, stunning number, is 10 nurses leave the work every day in the UK due to musculoskeletal or back problems in the UK. So that's obviously a very important thing for us to save backs. But not only to save backs. Today you could see a patient which is being moved from one bed to another, and there is 4 people on one side and there's 4 people on the other side. By helping some of the solutions we have be well trained on them, obviously you can not only move that patient safer, but also with less manpower or women power, which is an important thing from a health economic standpoint. So that's an important thing. If we look at people who potentially could use our stairlifts going forward, in the UK there is roughly 5.4 million people who is of the age of 75 as an indicator, and more than 75. And there's 1.6 which is 85 and older, and those would be the biggest beneficiaries of normally stairlifts. Those population groups are prone to double in the next 20 years. So we really see a lot of potential future customers in need of stair lifts in a country like UK, and obviously this goes for the full Western world. And as I said, there are certain good healthcare economics in saving a back for a young employee in the healthcare. That's one very important thing. But also when you think about all this elderly population, that if they can't move around and stay in their home, they need to go into some kind of normally institution, and that costs a lot of money. But it also, the other big thing is that actually that most elderly people would like to stay at home and become older in their home. So a few really nice drivers, and I come back to those, what it means in terms of numbers. If you look at where we are today, there's obviously a mix of this because we play in different areas. If you look at our auto businesses in the 2 countries where we work, we have a market share of 40 to 50%. So we are a big player in Denmark and Norway where we convert cars. If you look into our stair lifts business, we have a good footprint. We sometimes call ourselves number 2, sometimes number 3 globally. We have a good portfolio. And then in patient handling, you could say it differs a little bit where we are. In US, we still have some work to do in terms of our market position. If you look into Canada, for instance, we have a very strong position with a good market leadership. We have normally good quality and reliability of our products, and we have been the innovators. During a couple of years we have maybe not been there, but that's a space that we intend to get back to. We do work, as I said, when we talk hospitals and institution, we mainly work with a direct sales force that goes into those institutions and deliver the value of our products. When we talk about the stair lifts business, we normally work through dealers, and there could be a number of types of dealers, big companies, but it could also be very often a father and his 2 sons. That's actually normally how it looks like, who are doing a stair lifts business or some kind of lifting business. So they look very different. What our mantra is to try to improve their business, both on top line so they can do more and better business, and also how we can help them to do a more profitable business. And we also do help them with leads that comes into us, and then we send them over. So a good there. We were able to respond well to our customer needs, and potentially, with the exception of US institutional, we do gain market share or are flat in market shares. If you look at our platform today, I think I just comment on this one. We have a very good production platform, which is not to its full capacity. In US, definitely we can use that more, but if you look at our 2 stair lifts manufacturing plants, they're roughly operating at 60% capacity, so we can continue to scale up there and do more. And the other thing that we started to move into is to get more out of consumables. So you remember those slings that we hang up the patients and move the patients in? A way for us to get more recurring revenue is to push those products. So when we sell an installation project, we also sell those slings and make sure they either get that patient specific or and you can use them as a consumable in a way. And then in most places, again, with the exception where we're working very hard to turn the direction, we have a good commercial strategy and good tactics, I would say, behind it that we've been able to work through. We are in a set of markets, and we have a good opportunity to continue to globally expand a good product portfolio, and we have some opportunities for M&A going forward. If we look at the market from a numbers point of view, we are acting in a close to $2 billion euro marketplace. Have some decent position in stair lifts, which is still a growing market. Auto is not growing that much, and I think that's something which is actually good because that is normally to disabled people, and that's a relatively flat market. But stair lifts, driven by the demographics, has a good growth in Europe, and an even higher growth in the US. And if you then look at the stair lifts market here, you can see we have a much smaller share in the US, and that's the market we rely on growing over time, and it has been a growth driver for us as well. So we need to continue to get that moving in the future. And there is good room for growth, and we have a good, I would say, setup for stair lifts in the US. If we look at patient handling, a little bit slower growth in the market in Western Europe, and US have a slightly higher growth. And this is obviously where we do have our challenge in North America. We do very well in Canada. In Canada, who had legislation behind safe patient handling a number of years ago, we've been able to penetrate 50% of the relevant wardrooms that is in healthcare in Canada, and we've been doing that and getting a 40% market share. If you look into the US, that market has only been penetrated to 15%, and our market share is much smaller. So US is where we need to turn around the business and also continue to grow. So all in all, a decently healthy marketplace, where in some markets we have some good opportunities. Clearly, when we look at this, there are more markets we can get into in terms of patient handling. Western Europe, we are mainly Netherlands, UK, the Nordics directly, so we can move into some of the other Western European countries, and something we are looking at. With stair lifts, we are also mainly in Western Europe and US and North America. There's more markets to go. But also when we look at our stair lifts business, there is an opportunity for us to look at what are those dealers that we're serving also selling. And if you think about in front of a normal home, you have a stair lift in the home. Sometimes you have a few stairs to get up. So vertical platform lifts, as they are called, is another type of lift we also could serve that dealer with. So that's something we're looking at to potentially see how we can expand our business. Probably not organically, would be through some kind of acquisition or partnership. I think that's it on that. And if we then look at how has it been so far, so we're a little bit disappointed with the first half year and the second quarter. We were up against a very tough second quarter, but our growth so far has mainly been flat. Stair lift has been more or less in line what we would expect. Somewhere between 6 and 8-9% is probably what we would look at, a little bit better last year. So we are happy with that. We had a little bit of margin leakage, not on the pricing level, but on other things. So we can do a little bit better on that. If we look at our auto business, it has a lower revenue. And for some of you who followed us, know that we had supply with cars into Norway last year. We are seeing a regaining of those cars, even if takes us a little bit time to get back those tenders. So our Norwegian business is actually doing pretty well, but the Danish market has been a little bit slower for us as well, and we also can probably step up our competitiveness there. And then if we look at the patient handling growth, the European business has been more or less flat the first half year, a little bit varying between the quarters. And then our North American business, which I would say is one of the trigger points for us, and very important to get right. We were able to grow that sequentially, something that I did talk about that we intend to do. And I come to how it looks a little bit going forward. And then we declined slightly on our EBITDA margin, and maybe that has to do a little bit with the mix of the business. If we look into the second half, I think we have some solid plans to drive growth somewhere in the range of our guidance for the second half of the year. I think we see very good stair lifts momentum in that business, and we do launch 1100, which is the stair lift you actually see on the picture. We launched that globally, and we have US coming up and North America coming up end of this quarter. So that we see continue to grow well. Vehicle accessibility, we also see a good growth in that for the second half, which will put us roughly on the level where we were last year. And then patient handling, I think I thought this a little bit earlier, that would turn around a little bit quicker than what we actually do. We got new management in February. He has been working very hard on assessing the sales force. We are now shifting roughly 1/3 of that sales force, and it's 14 of them in the US. So that will take us a little bit longer time, especially since the pipeline we generate through this sales force takes us up to 18 to 24 months to install a new project. We work with architects very early in the sales cycle, and then obviously. So there may be take a little bit longer than we thought. I thought in the past that it would happen second half of this year. When we look at it now, we believe it's gonna be first or second quarter next year. We have a clear line of sight to an improved margin for the second half. We work very hard on making sure that we make 1100 a successful launch, and we are looking at some acquisitions, and the macro trends remain favorable. So in summary, are we on time or? Okay. So focus, obviously turning around the North American business, make sure that we continue to work to be that best choice for the dealers, which we are in many cases, and we're learning from that and improving that. We are launching 1100 in all our key markets. Something I've been working very hard on since I came in here is to start to create a process for developing products and solution, but then obviously putting in new products or solutions into that. So we have a few very interesting things coming up. And then since we've been buying a number of different companies, we also have a little bit of a portfolio which are needs to be harmonized and where we can drive number of codes. We have certain process improvement, and we are investing in the organization, not only sales, but also certain other capabilities, quality, regulatory, IT, and a few other things which is important for us. And then we're looking at M&A for the future. So in summary, if I just try to round off this, we are doing business in a non-cyclical market, with a good underlying growth. So if you believe in that marketplace, I think that's a good one, with some very strong demographic drivers and a good health economic value proposition. We have, in most cases, a competitive product portfolio, and in most cases, good market positions. I would argue we have excellent commercial execution in stair lifts in 90% of the cases in countries, and we do need to turn around North America, something I haven't been able to succeed on so far, but we're working very, very hard on. We had flat development first half 2019, and we're projecting a step up in the second half. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Staffan. I have a few questions here I think we have time for. So I'll start up with a question regarding the US. And I think you alluded to it in your presentation somewhat, but what are within your control, and what would you say are beyond your control in this US turnaround? If you could spend some time on this matter, and also is it something about the competition as well, or could you elaborate a bit on that?
So I think this is obviously a very important question, and when you look at what we can do, and a question I get sometimes is also about the products. Are the products okay? I think we've seen in a number of prestigious customers. You probably heard about the Mayo Clinic. There is another big called BJC, and there is another one big called Partners, just to name three very prestigious hospital networks which are chosen to go with us, and so on. If we look at Canada, we are able to capture a 40% market share in a well-penetrated market. So I would argue that the products and the offering in general, it's not the issue. I think we had some turnover. We had not fully integrated our business. So I would say it's getting the right people in, meaning the sales people or the commercial people, and that takes a little bit of time from the top, from Tom Vorpal, our new president, and then the VP of sales and the others. Then it's equipping them with the right training and the right selling message and steer them on the right portfolio, and then obviously putting the right incentive program, and then getting that to work and see obviously how certain things change tomorrow, but then obviously see how the pipeline builds over time, and we hopefully can deliver more projects. So I think it's more or less in our control, but I would argue we need to improve our commercial execution, and that's obviously a few different factors in that.
Yeah. And just lastly, a quick one regarding, we've seen your guidance here for the second half of the year. What would you say would differ between reaching the upper part or the lower part of that guidance? What has to happen in those both scenarios?
That I can answer pretty quickly. That's the US business, how that moves.
So it's only.
So that's the uncertainty we have in that business,
right.
Which is still very hard to see exactly when it comes through.
Thank you very much, Staffan, for coming.
Thank you.
Today.
Thanks.
Blir muted. Welcome everyone to this next presentation. We're glad to see so many faces in here, and we'll give a warm welcome to FREDRIK DALBORG, CEO at BOULE Diagnostics. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Victor. So thanks everyone for coming and listening to this presentation. We'll go through it rather quickly and then have questions afterwards. We also have Christina Rubenhag here. She's the CFO of the company and can help me with detailed questions and so on. So I will start with the company and then go a little bit into some comments around the second quarter results as well. So BOULE Diagnostics, we're a growth company specializing in near-patient diagnostics. And that means we develop, manufacture, and market complete solutions for blood count, and both in the human and veterinary market. And quality and reliability has really been something we're known for in the market. So we are, as I mentioned, focused on this fast-growing segment, the near-patient diagnostics, which is the smaller hospitals or the doctor's offices, primary care units, and so on. Not the biggest type academic hospitals and so on that you'll find in a major city in the Western world. So we make the products in Sweden at the two manufacturing sites here, and then we have another one in Florida. And we are one single provider for everything required to do this blood test, and that means instruments, consumables, and also controls, which is really an artificial blood. So we have capacity to develop and manufacture all those things internally. So the near-patient or decentralized diagnostics market then. So we are focused on the decentralized hematology, the smaller hospitals and doctors' offices and so on. It's a relatively small market compared to the centralized market, the big hospitals. However, the growth in our segments, the decentralized market, is quite strong, and that is driven by a few factors. We do see, of course, a large number of potential customers, more than 100,000 small or medium-sized labs globally. Of course, we are also benefiting from these macro trends that you can see, aging population, increasing demand for diagnostics and healthcare, and increased access, of course, to healthcare in emerging markets, as well as the near-patient diagnostics attractiveness to both patient and healthcare system in the more developed world. So, as I mentioned, we do focus on the smaller hospitals, the physician office lab, primary care, urgent care, and within some of the new products that we're launching, which are easy to use and are based on the finger stick technology. So not blood, a tube of blood from the vein, but rather a drop of blood from the finger. We can also move into areas like home care, elderly care, and potentially pharmacies as well. And a driver here is, of course, an environment where patients are looking for quick results of their tests and easy access to testing. If you go to a doctor's office without testing abilities today, the doctor will have to send the test into the central lab, wait a day or two for the results, and you have to get back and get your prescription. Our systems do allow for the results within less than a minute. So these are some of the drivers that we see in the more developed markets, driving towards more decentralized testing. In the emerging markets, which has been a very strong growth driver for us, we of course see that the number of tests per person is much, much lower. So in US and Western Europe, we see roughly double or 3 times the number of tests compared to Asia. And this type of test is done very frequently. So there's actually billions of tests of this type done globally each year. So the product portfolio that we provide looks like this. The core of the technology is blood test instruments for what we call 3-part, which is a level of the level of type of test you make on the white blood cells. You can also do a 5-part, which is very similar, but gives you a little bit more granularity when it comes to the white cells. Can help you in analyzing, for example, allergies a little bit more. This is our main products right here, and you see the products with the blue star are the ones that we have launched within the recent 12 months period. So you can see a lot of new products have been launched. We have had in the 5-part area the Quintus system, which is somewhat getting a little bit older, while we have launched these 2 brand new systems in partnership with an external partner. We have launched 2 new platforms in the veterinary segment, which represents about 10% of our business, but it is growing really fast. And then we have 2 quite exciting and more novel technologies that have also recently been added to the portfolio. One is a collaboration with the CellaVision, a company that many of you are familiar with, a new technology that they have developed for the decentralized lab. And since the decentralized lab is our core market globally, we are adding this to our portfolio. And we also have the Spinit technology, which is a test, an even more simple to use test, very small device, very cheap, but can do multiple tests in one instrument. So not only the hematology test, but also tests for diabetes, infection control, and so on. So more tests in one device. So many new products in the portfolio, but these are still the main workhorse of our business, and we're also working on a major R&D project that will over time replace these 2 systems and these with one joint platform. So looking at the second quarter results, we are pleased to see that the growth continues in a good way. We had in 2018 a flat development, no growth really, driven by some weakness in the Russian market caused by trouble with the distributor we had there, and one of our product platform, the Quintus, that has some quality issues. Those 2 have now been addressed, and combined with the additional products we do see, growth is strong. So we had 11% growth in the second quarter and 19% in the first quarter. So a good start to the year and back in growth again. Instrument unit sales grew by 14%, which is also great because we do sell the instruments, and then we see for many years afterwards follow-on sale of the consumables. So growing the instrument installed base is critical to grow the business. Consumables grew by about 5% in the quarter, a little bit weaker perhaps, but the first quarter was very, very strong. So in total for the year to date, we're growing at 17%. And the dynamic is such that instrument sales are a bit less profitable, consumable sales are very high profitability. One should also note that we had a little bit low EBIT margin in the quarter, and a main driver of that was we had to take a bad debt provision linked to the changes of distributor we made in Russia, but that's certainly a one-off that hit the EBIT margin with around 6 million in the quarter. So here you can see the bars here represent the number of instruments sold. The pink line is the rolling 12 of consumables, and the gray line is the rolling 12 of instruments. So we had for a couple of quarters a bit weakness in instrument sales, but now we see that that is picking up again, and that's a predictor of future growth for the consumables, and again, consumables being more profitable. We can see that the consumable growth trend for many quarters has been quite stable, growing nicely. So looking what has been driving the growth in the quarter and in the first half year, we can see it's actually across all product lines. So instruments have grown nicely, consumables, and also our OEM business, in which we make consumables for other major players in the industry, and which they sell under their own brand. So we are like a subcontractor. So growth in quarter and year to date has been healthy, and also veterinary products has continued to grow in a nice way. Looking at growth by region, we could see that the US growth was 18% in the second quarter, driven also a lot by our OEM business. We see that Asia continues to be a strong contributor as well, and Latin America also a very strong contribution to the growth, actually 91% growth in Latin America compared to previous year, which is very nice. However, in Africa, Middle East, we saw a little bit of a drop in the quarter, but year to date it's more or less flat. In Africa and Middle East, we have presence in a few countries. We're not in all countries in these regions. And we see the deals we make there are oftentimes big tenders, so big revenues in one quarter and then nothing in another. So that's a bit of a sluggishness in that. And those of you who follow us a little bit may have noticed a little bit of weakness in the gross margin compared to the previous year, and I want to explain that a little bit more. This is a bit of a busy slide, but the main message here is there was a time when we had fewer instruments sold, and this is the blue bars are the number of instruments sold. So in the end of 17 and early 18, not so many instruments sold. And then you can see that the blue line here, the gross margin was quite high, 52, 48, 47, 49%. But we were concerned about a low number of instrument sales because that's a predictor of future growth. So we have been investing to drive more instrument sales. And so we could see in the second half of 18, instrument sales started to increase again, higher levels in the blue bars. But we also saw that the Asian market became more important for us. So here, this is the share of instruments to the Asian market that increased to in the area of 70% of all instruments in this period went to the Asian market. But there the margins are a bit less. So we saw that it.
Thank you very much, Fredrik. So you've had now roughly a year of some margin pressure for obvious reasons. You've talked about a few of them. It's on a positive note. It's nice to see that you're back on growth. So if we look at sort of the medium term, what would you say are both the opportunities to reach, let's say, your high 40s again in terms of gross margins, and also the main risks in reaching that?
Okay, I think there are a couple of factors that we expect will help us increase the margins, even though it's probably not going to be dramatic, but there will be we hope to see a gradual increase. And that's, of course, increased consumable sales for all those instruments installed in India, for example. And that was the biggest tender we ever won, 650 instruments. The price renegotiations, price increases, some of them we have already completed. And then we have also the cost reduction efforts that we now can focus a little bit more on, since we do think that the quality work is now going to be a little bit less going forward. So that's important. And then finally, continue to work with driving growth initiatives in higher margin markets like Eastern Europe, US, and so on. So those are some of the positives. On the negative side, of course, there are also risks. It may take time to renegotiate prices. When we win big orders in Asia, we're happy because it's growth business, but we also know it will have some negative impact on gross margin short term. So there may be more of those. Even we will be much more cautious on the price. We will not be as aggressive on price as been the case previously.
Do you dare to put your sort of the order backlog into perspective here? It's just to see where you are in terms of perhaps the Indian orders, in terms of sales versus regen sales.
Okay, well, so we don't really communicate about giving like guidance on the third quarter or something like that, but we do think that there seems to be a healthy trend that we notice in Q1 and Q2, and we of course hope and think that will continue. We then hope to see, and it's our expectation to see, that all of those instruments to India, for example, really getting installed, the staff getting trained, and the volumes coming up in reagents. And even though prices on instruments are low in India, the price on reagents and the margins on reagents is healthy in India for sure.
Yeah, and we also saw here in your remarks that you grew nicely in both Asia, of course, and Latin America, but also in the US you've been growing. And now with the preferred vendor agreement that you have in place, what should we expect, or what do you expect of the US market here on?
Yeah, I think we haven't seen an effect of that short term. I think it's a little bit of a period to get it up and running, to train all the staff and get the marketing materials in order and so on. But over time, we do think that will help us generate growth. Exactly how quick it will be, it depends. I also think we have to be open about the fact that some competitors see us getting that preferred vendor agreement as a threat to themselves, so they're likely to also do countermeasures in terms of marketing drives and whatnot.
And I have to touch upon the FDA situation as well, of course.
Yes,
So you're finalizing your work here in Q3, and I know that you said that the time frame here is a bit tricky for you to know when this could be over for your part. But is there some type coming back to it? What can investors
plan will be completed in the third quarter of 2019, and we have a frequent dialogue with the FDA about that. They did come and visit us in July already, which was actually quicker than we thought. So we do view that as a good sign, and we also do think that the results of the audit and the audits from European bodies are indicating strongly that we are improving. I do think that once the FDA has had the chance to digest all the information that we provided them, there will be an opportunity for us for some kind of interaction. We have asked for that, and they will come back to us to see exactly what that will look like. And then we don't really know what the next step is. I mean, it could be a meeting, it could be exchange of information, it could be another visit.
Of course.
Those things are very hard for us to understand. But we're committed to improving, we're committed to meeting the requirements that the FDA has, and we're investing in that, and so we're doing everything in our power.
We're looking forward to see more of that.
Yes, you will.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
En bra presentation.
See, we have some technical. All right, thank you. So, welcome. I'm Rickard Anderkrans. I'm a healthcare analyst at ABG Sundal Collier, and I'm here to present our next speaker, Anneli Berlinsson from HEMCHECK. She's the COO of the company. So the stage is yours. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So my name is Anneli, and I'm a former CEO of HEMCHECK, and now working as a COO. I had the pleasure to welcome JOEN AVERSTAD as a new CEO of the company in May this year. HEMCHECK is a medtech company providing services for quality assurance of blood sampling. Over 10 billion blood samples are taken every year and is a vital part of patient diagnostics. The in vitro diagnostic market is a $65 billion market with a growth of 4 to 5% every year. Errors in the blood sampling process occurs frequently in all stages of the testing process, and pre-analytical errors account for 70% of the errors. And the pre-analytical phase is from that the physician decides to take a blood sample until the blood sample reaches the laboratory. And then we have the analytical phase and the post-analytical phase. And the most common pre-analytical error globally is hemolysis. And what is hemolysis? It is the rupturing of the red blood cells. They can burst and then leak out their content into the surrounding plasma. And that will impact the analytical values of some common important analytes. For mention just a few: potassium, troponin, and calcium. Two typical ways of drawing blood is to take blood in a vacuum tube or in a blood gas syringe. Vacuum tubes are sent to central laboratories and analyzed there. The instruments at the central laboratories have a built-in hemolysis detection. So if the blood sample that reaches the lab is hemolyzed, it will be rejected and the physician never gets the answer. And then one has to retake the blood sample with plus 1 hour in the lead time. Hemolysis is really common. If you take a typical emergency department, they have 5 to 10% hemolysis. Blood gas syringes is another way to analyze blood. They are often found point of care. And the blood gas instruments lack hemolysis detection today. And hemolysis is really common in these syringes. We have made a recent study showing 8% hemolysis in these syringes, and they are never found today. There are also scientific papers describing that many physicians distrust the result from the blood gas instruments. So the issues with hemolysis today is that patients are at risk given delayed, no or wrong diagnosis and treatment. We have increased lead times leading to crowding, giving increased length of stay and lower patient satisfaction. The patient has to undergo multiple punctures, giving lower quality of the care and lower patient satisfaction. It of course gives increased workload on the staff when they have to retake the samples, and higher costs, both direct costs and indirect costs. And the cost of a poor blood specimen is estimated to be more than 100 euros. So HEMCHECK was formed based on the vision to minimize the hazards stemming from hemolyzed blood samples. And our vision is that every blood sample provides the required answers to ensure safe and effective healthcare delivery. So during these years, we have developed a unique, patented CE mark concept for fast point-of-care hemolysis detection. I would like to show you a short movie that describes our concept and what we do.
Blood analysis is one of the most frequently performed clinical routines in modern medical care. However, errors occur, and one of the most common errors is hemolysis, affecting numerous test results. Today, there is no convenient method of determining if a blood sample is hemolyzed or not before it reaches the lab, and this can delay results, potentially jeopardizing patient safety and increasing the cost of care. The convenient solution to this issue is the quick and simple hemolysis point-of-care test HELGE by HEMCHECK. This new product concept allows for screening for hemolysis before a blood sample is sent on for analysis. The V-test is used to check for hemolysis in vacuum tube samples. To use the test, simply remove the needle protection and insert the tube into the V-test with a firm push. A needle in the V-test transfers blood through a closed
focus on the issue to detect hemolysis at the point of care and improve patient safety. We want to have a price based on value rather than unit cost. Our rollout strategy is to first prove our concept and scale from there. We are currently doing tests at several different hospitals, both in Sweden and Europe, but our first focus is on Sweden and provide product market fit, and then scale the business and market knowledge and go to Europe. And then, of course, broaden our markets into, for example, US market. There are several potential avenues for the future value creation. We see organic growth with growing through expansion of own sales and sales force, and also by the use of distributors. We see a possibility with partnerships with analyzer manufacturers, where we can create enhanced value proposition, given all global manufacturers of blood gas analyzers today lack hemolysis detection technology. We also see a possibility to have partnerships with vacuum tube manufacturers, and there we can create enhanced value proposition by taking part in best practice blood sampling trainings, etc. And also new applications could be a possibility. Our super fast plasma separation technology can be used in identify the costly problem that is global. We have developed a unique solution that is reliable and simple to use, and we now look forward to launch our concept. Thank you. I will be glad to answer questions.
Thank you very much, Anneli. So really this seems to be a quite clear clinical rationale for adopting the technology. Looking at the addressable market, have you done any calculations or estimates in terms of the sales potential for your product and where you sort of across different markets, of course? So.
We're looking at different markets and how they are working and where hemolysis creates the largest problems. So, for example, the S-test, which is used for syringes, that is quite different from the V-test. So that's why we're using this subscription model to not focus on the unit price of the disposable test, but focus on the value that we create.
Okay, so looking at the rollout strategy you presented, so at the step you're currently in, it's about establishing a market fit and sort of a proof of concept. Could you add some more sort of flavor and information on what you're actually doing on that step to sort of prove yourself?
Yes, we are focusing on emergency departments, since, as I said, they have a lot of problem with hemolysis. This is a complete new way of testing blood sample that hasn't been possible before. So we're actually implementing a new innovation, which takes time, and we need to make sure that we get the most out of it and that they are using our concept in a way that so we can get maximum potential out of it. So we are working really close with our where we are running pilots. We are there almost all the time to make sure that they are using it the way we think it should be the best. And also we are learning really much by being close to the hospitals.
And what's the feedback been so far, looking at the efficacy of the product?
It's easy to use. I mean, the nurses that are using it are really crowded, and their workday is often quite hysteric.
Yeah.
They have a lot to do, but they say that it's much more fast to use it than they might have thought in the beginning when they were presented to the idea. And we do the most value when they have a lot of hemolysis, of course.
Interesting. So looking at financials, where are you right now in terms of sales and financing and these kinds of, because you're a pre-revenue company at this point, right?
Yes, we are. Going into this year, our hopes was to have a paying customer during the last quarter. So we are working really hard on that one and are focused. Of course, we are not satisfied, but we're focusing on it. If we are going to take in more money, it depends on how well our sales goes and pricing and volumes and how much we want to invest in production capacity and so on.
So have you communicated a timeline to the markets on when we can expect a product launch on the markets and start to see those sales come in? Or is it still in terms of applications for example, the FDA or future coming launch in the Europe?
Concerning FDA, that's a costly process to get approval in US. So that is, I mean, that's something we're looking into. But that takes time, and we're focusing now on Sweden and Europe. And what was the question?
Yeah, so like if you have a timeline communicated in terms of when we can see across Europe, for example, the rollout of the product, when we can start seeing.
Hopefully, we have paying customers within soon, but no, I can't say more detailed than that.
Yeah. So just the final question then. So in the recent quarterly report, you mentioned that you recently signed an agreement with a distributor, SHL. What does that mean for the company?
Yeah, that's a manufacturer of our disposable test, and that means that we can triple our production capacity, and that's of course important for us to be prepared for the market, prepared for success.
Perfect.
So that's and they are a really good partner. So, yeah.
Perfect. So thank you very much, and thank you very much for listening.
Thank you.
That concludes this presentation. So thank you.
Okej, då fortsätter vi dagen. Mitt namn är Ludvig Kapanen. Jag är detaljhandelsanalytiker på ABG. Och idag har jag fått den stora äran att presentera nästa talare. Och det är Håkan Lagerberg, VD på SWEDENCARE. Varsågod.
Tusen tack. Ja, Håkan Lagerberg heter jag. Presentation av mig och Jenny Graflin som är CFO. Hon sitter här om det blir komplicerade frågor på balansräkning och liknande. In English, okay, sure, yeah, no, yep, absolutely, no worries. Yeah, no worries. SWEDENCARE. We are a nutraceutical company based in Sweden. We sell in over 50 countries. We have our own sales offices in 5 countries, and what good description of us is that we've grown faster than the market, and we've done it with a very healthy profit margin. We have one key product line called PRODEN Plakoff. It's a nutraceutical product based on a certain species of algae that has an effect on the oral care of the dogs and cats. Small company. We have 30 people all over the world. We have our own production facility in Ireland that last week got GMP certification. Not that we don't produce any drugs, but we still want to have a high quality production facility. Our main area is products for cats and dogs, but we also have a horse product line that I will describe a bit later. Going back to the market where we're acting, it's the pet market is a very strong market. It's been growing. If you take US for an example, it's been growing since the end of World War II. Every year, both in spending and also in number of dogs and cats. The big change for pet owners has been that nowadays basically everyone sees the pet as a family member, and if it's a family member, you want to take very good care of them. So the spending and the care has increased these last 15-20 years. If you take better care of them, they live longer, but then of course you get some age-related symptoms like humans, and that creates a demand for the kind of products that we supply the market with. The nutraceutical market is growing faster than the market as such. People are looking for new products that can help them for different kind of problems. It could be for as instance for our company, it's oral care, but it could also be for skin and coat, joints, yeah, whatever basically. What's driving the market is really that people put their pets like children on the first row. So a question here, what would a pet owner sacrifice if they went into some financial problems? They could go to less frequently to restaurants, perhaps a less expensive vacation, etc. It's down here within this group. Other things. It's actually decreasing the spending on their pets. So it's not on the list to spend less money on their pets. Market-wise, it's a bit strange, these pictures. The market Europe and the US is more or less the same value-wise, but the average spend in the US is nearly twice as much as in Europe. So the spending is a lot more. And I would say in north of Europe, we're more similar to the US market. Southern Europe, the spend is a lot less. The fastest growing region in the world is Asia. As you see here, Asia Pacific is growing nearly 10% annually. And the more mature markets, Europe and the US, lower figures, but still growing. Number of dogs and cats are fairly fairly alike. In Europe, it's a tendency that dogs have leveled out and cats are increasing. SWEDENCARE. It was founded by a dentist/scientist that discovered this specific algae that has an effect on the bad breath and plaque formation. Had some research early 90s, created a company in 2000 and starting selling in the Nordics early 2000. And from there on, grew the company with very limited resources. They were 2 people working there, and they had they ordered the product and had it bottled with a partner, and then basically gave away distributorships all around the world, but without making any more, let's say, marketing from SWEDENCARE as such. It was the exclusive distributors that made the marketing in different countries in the world. In 2014, I came into the business. Me and 2 others bought the company from the founders. At that point of time, we had sales with 1 product line, the powder product, and selling in 25, 30 countries perhaps. We made a new business plan and bought the distributors in France, UK, and US, both to get closer to the end consumer, but also to be able to change the let's say marketing and spend in those markets, because we saw that there was enormous potential in these markets, specifically UK and US. And with a bit more effort, we were convinced that we were going to increase the sales a lot, and that has been successful. We made an IPO in 2016 in June, down here, 14th of June, and we did it both to, let's say, be able to take part of the growing market opportunities. We saw that it was a very let's say scattered market all over the world, and there hasn't really, at that point of time, there was no consolidation at all. Basically, people or companies were growing, but no real consolidation. So we took in 3.5 million euros, and from there on started to look for some acquisition opportunities. We bought a small Swedish company early end of summer 2016. We bought a bigger company called NutriScience with a production facility in Ireland. With that, we got a wider product offering and also our own production facility. Since then, we have kept on growing the business at a very healthy rate. Last year we had a growth of 18%, but this year, first half year, we have had growth of 30%, and I expect going forward we will keep closer to the 30 than the 18. Some markets where we feel that we are not getting the correct results, there we are looking either to change distributor or start our own. And Spain is such a market that we feel that there's a lot more potential than we have been able to get out of it. And we started with one personnel in Barcelona, Spain, and we expect that from 2020 we will see a completely different sales result than we had as of today. What are our SWEDENCARE strengths? Because I mean, the market as such is good, but normally the markets, they have strong local players. We are a very small company, as you saw, 30 people scattered all over the world, but that is also our strength, that we have been very, let's say, agile and opportunistic. We have created a global distribution network to over 50 countries, and we continue to add countries basically every year. And we have strong interest from the market as well. So it's really been a fairly easy ride for us, at least, to attract interest from distributors. But then, of course, we need to choose the right one, and we also need to support them correctly. And I think we've been very successful with that. We have our Swedish office. We have some key accounts working out of there, and myself as well. We travel a lot to Asia and markets where we don't have our own sales offices, and that has been absolutely one success factor, is that we are very fast in going forward with support to our distributors. We have strong brands. Of course, it's easier to launch a brand in a new market if there's already interest. We have been one of the not that many companies. We are successful in the vet channel and pet retail, and starting to enter in some premium normal retailers. And that's a tricky part, because normally if you have a product that's being sold in the vet channel and you enter the pet retail, lots of veterinarians don't approve of that and want to stop selling the product. But in basically all the markets we're in all of these three channels, and that's one big reason for our continued growth. As I said, dog, cat, horses, nutraceutical products that we produce ourselves or with partners. We have also entered into some food, dog food and cat food cooperations, where we enter our active ingredient into a existing brand. Here you see ProDen PlaqueOff down here on the bag. On those it says ProDen PlaqueOff here. That's a very, let's say, good way and easy way for a dog and cat owner to get the active substance from our product. If you, let's say, have a tendency of forgetting giving that to the dog and cat. So, and also for us, it's very good to reach out to those pet owners that are really, they are prepared to buy a premium food, but they are perhaps not in the habit of buying nutraceuticals. Perhaps they only buy that kind of products if there's an acute problem. We do not have any prescribed product or accessories, and we will focus within this area. This is the main product for SWEDENCARE. Systemic effect on oral health. It's a powder product. This product was sold from mid-2000 until around 2014 when I entered the company. Then we launched this Dental Bites. It's more of a treat. And then a couple of years ago we added the dental bones. It's a tough market with bones, but chew products, but they still are very, let's say, it's a big part of the business, dog dental chews, and we have been very successful when launching these. And you could give powder one day, give a bone the other day, and a dental bite the other day. So it's really just giving the possibility to give the product, the active ingredient, in different ways, because dog owners, they have different preferences. In the major markets, we have a patent and trademark protection. In around 30 countries, we sell in 50. We have clinical studies. It's not to compare with clinical studies in the human field. It's less costly and easier to make clinical studies in the pet area. But still, they are made with a proper protocol, etc. So it's really, we focus on being able to present to the market proper clinical studies and also high quality products. We still, even though we have good growth, we sold last year around 1.6 million of these pots. So it would give the yearly dosage to 0.5 million dogs, and there's approximately 500 million dogs. So we still cover a very, very, very small percentage of the market, and that's why we continue to grow. The other product lines that we have sold under the NutriScience brand, it's for joints and mobility, skin and coat, multivitamin and calming supplements for dogs and cats. It's both powder, gels, and liquids. And specifically the gels for the cat population is really popular, and that one we are launching into more markets. These kind of products has very tough competition, so it's really takes a bit longer to enter a new market, and it's also tough competition price-wise. But we focus on high-quality product and a bit higher price level. The horse market is primarily in UK, Ireland, Scandinavia, and Germany, where we sell these products. But now we're entering into Portugal and Spain as well, and I think we will keep these more or less to Europe, since horse products is a bit more costly in transport and also competition-wise. The latest clinical studies we've done, 2017 and 19, is to get the approval from the Veterinary Oral Health Council. It's an international organization, and it's specifically in the US market, it's very important to have this recognition to sell your products in certain veterinary chains. And since we got it from the powder early 2019, we have seen increased sales in the veterinary channel, specifically in the US. Half-year highlights. We had a 29% increase in sales. Both the quarters were strong. First time we were over 30 million in revenue each quarter. US and Asia strongest growth, and I expect that to continue going forward. We have, you can see that the US market is the biggest, and really, even though it's big for us, we still keep on launching our product in new vet clinics and retail chains. I was in the US last week at the big expo, and there I met with one chain. Even my US team, they have heard of it, but they didn't know exactly how big they were, and they had like 280 stores, and that's the kind of market there is in US. There are lots of big chains, and still a lot of potential for us. We've added salespeople in the US and in Spain, as I said. The dental bones, our newest product line for the ProDen PlaqueOff, increased by almost the double, and we see continued growth. We have had some constraints in supplying the market. So end of this second quarter, we bought a new new mold for this production. So from mid-September, we will have double capacity for the bones. So it's finally we will have enough to deliver to the market. We've had lots of interest from investors over the half year, and even though we're a small organization, we try to arrange meetings and telephone meetings with interested parties. Going forward, we have a new strategy going to the online retailers. Online retailers is, of course, a very important segment of the market and the fastest growing. In the US, for example, Chewy.com is the biggest individual online retailer. They sell basically as much as Amazon online in the US. They are our biggest customer. In Europe, we are now entering into direct supply agreements to Amazon in the different countries, and it's really to both be able to have a more direct and, let's say, take more responsibility for the marketing online, and also, of course, it's a bit easier to see the price trends of the different products on the market if you have more direct contact with the online retailers. As you saw in the company timeline, we have not made any acquisitions since end of 2016, and it's been let's say, a priority from our point of view. We are looking actively, but the market is kind of there's lots of demand when something is out for sale, and we really prioritize to making the right acquisitions. But we're ready for it. We have a very strong balance sheet. The organization is well functioning, so I hope and expect that we will make some acquisition going forward. The figures, net revenue, 60 million half year. Solvency 83.3, very good cash position, and the EBIT margin was over 30%. Our communicated goal is 30%, and we have said now that going forward, even though we have very good economies of scale, that we could increase the EBIT margin, we will focus on investing more in sales and marketing going forward and keeping the EBIT margin around 30%. Rolling 4 quarters has been a fairly straight development. And let's see, EBITDA the same. We've kept a healthy profit margin going forward. Sales per region is 18 compared to 2019. You see that North America has grown from 23% to 29%. I expect that to continue. Asia has grown from 15 to 19, and also that I expect to keep on growing. Is it time?
It's time.
Okay.
Before we round off, I would also like to ask some questions. And the first one is that in the first half of 2019, you achieved sales growth of close to 30%. Do you believe you will be able to accelerate that pace in the second half, and why in that case?
I expect that we will be at least 30% for the full year. I would say that.
Okay. And I've also noticed that in the last couple of quarters, you've been performing especially strong in North America. It almost looks like a step change for you guys. Have you done something different? What are the drivers behind this? Could you explain?
We haven't done that much different, but we've been working very, very focused and very more or less in the same way. We are spending a bit more in marketing, both online and a bit more in let's say, point of sales material out in the pet retailers. But I think it's more that it's a new momentum that our brand has become more well known. So we get lots of, let's say, we don't have to go after different customers or new customers. They are calling us, wanting to have our product on their shelf. So it's really, and also since we are increasing the product line, it's really, we have been getting more and more shelf space, and that of course triggers sales out in the stores.
Okay, interesting. And also you aim to release new financial targets this fall.
Yes.
Right? I understand that you can't provide any details today, but could you at least give us some flavor of how you aim to construct the goals, etc.?
Oh, no, that's a discussion for the board, and we haven't had that yet. So no, but we will present them before the end of the year is over.
Understood. And also, a last one from me then. You have sales and production in both the UK and the US, and you sell quite a lot nowadays also in China. The trade tensions between US and China are known, and Brexit seems to be a fact. Has it affected you to some extent? Could you elaborate?
US-China, I don't think we've been affected at all. Could be that I know that some US brands have had trouble in getting in nowadays, but I don't think that has affected us much. In the UK, of course, when there was end of Q1, we had very strong sales in UK, and one reason was that some of our key customers they stocked up a bit if there were to be a Brexit in this first half year. But and now we're getting closer again, so I guess we will see the same buy pattern from those customers. And also we are of course looking, since we have production in Ireland, we are also looking in. We will stock up a bit in the UK, and if we can't get product into to the UK from Ireland, which I do expect that we will be able to do, but we can set up production fairly easy in the UK if that's necessary.
Okay.
Okay.
That was all for me. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Och så välkomna till dagens sista presentation här på Introduce Days för idag. Och vi kör den på svenska. Vi vill välkomna Joakim Morath, vd på FEELGOOD. Så att det var att sätta igång.
Vad bra. Ja. Hej allihopa. Joakim Morath heter jag, är vd för hälsoföretaget FEELGOOD. Traditionellt så jobbar vi då med företagshälsovård. Jag vill direkt egentligen berätta lite grann vad vi gör. För de flesta tror ju att företagshälsovård det är att gå och ta blodprov och så cyklar man lite och så syns vi om 2 år. Den världen har förändrats väldigt, väldigt mycket. Det vi jobbar idag det är stöd till chefer, stöd till medarbetare, stöd till organisationer och självklart kan vi gå in i vissa medicinska bitar. Men mycket beror ju på att arbetslivet har förändrats så pass mycket. Traditionellt så har vi också tänkt att vad är riskerna på arbetslivet? Ja, för 30-40 år sedan då var ju risken att du förlorar en fot eller förlorar livet i produktionen. Men idag ser vi förändringen istället att vi har ett gränslöst arbete. Det tar inte slut fredag klockan 17 och så går man hem och så kan man inte bli kontaktad utan du finns på mejl, du finns på telefon, du finns på olika medier, sociala medier som har med ditt arbete. Arbetslivet går in i privatlivet och det skapar stress och en helt ny situation för de som jobbar. Men också för oss. Och det betyder att vi som jobbar med företagshälsovård och hälsofrågor måste också anpassa oss till det här och möta de behov som finns där de finns. Så jag tänkte prata ganska lite om företagshälsovården i sig idag och prata om andra tjänster vi jobbar med, framförallt de digitala vägar vi är på väg ut i. Grunden för vad vi gör, som sagt, är att se till att människor mår bra och då vår vision såklart är att ha Sveriges friskaste kunder. Och vi vill ju få ett arbetsliv där människor mår bra och kan vara produktiva. Lyckas vi med det då? Ja, jag skulle vilja säga att vi är ganska bra på det, men vi är kanske lite mindre bra ibland på att berätta om det. Vi har många kunder vi har jobbat med mellan 10 och 20 år. Volvo Cars har vi nu jobbat med i 17 år. Och det är ett djupt förtroende från dem att vi får vara så nära med dem och jobba med deras medarbetare över hela Sverige. För att just se till att de får så pass bra arbetsmiljö som möjligt. Men idén är att vi ska hitta innovativa hälsotjänster till alla arbetsgivare och alla medarbetare. Men också till privatpersoner och det ska vi prata om lite mer idag. För att få till det här att fungera då, så har vi 8300 kunder i Sverige. Det är alltså de företag och organisationer, det är både privata och offentliga företag. Och för att bara ta bort en fråga direkt. Vi är ett välfärdsföretag men vi har ingen offentlig finansiering. Vi är finansierade av våra kunder. Skulle jag definiera oss lite grann så är vi också ett konsultbolag. Men vi har legitimerad personal. Läkare, psykiatriker, psykologer, sjuksköterskor och så vidare. Och vi debiterar per timme eller per projekt. Men vi är inte några landstingspengar eller regionpengar som det heter nu. Till vår hjälp har vi 750 väldigt duktiga medarbetare som stödjer då de här 8300 arbetsgivarna. Och de tillsammans har idag över 825 000 medarbetare som är anslutna till oss. Vi har ungefär 330 000 besök per år på våra enheter. Och vi finns på 120 platser i landet med vår leverans. Vi har drygt 60 egna enheter och så har vi partner på 60 orter. Några frågor så här långt? Då tutar jag på. Så, när någonting händer, vad är det vi ska göra då? Man går in i yttre ringen. Rehabilitering och ohälsa, krishantering, första hjälpen när någonting verkligen händer. Det är ju jättebra, det ska alla självklart ha. Men det är ju inte målet att hjälpa till när det händer. Jag kan reagera väldigt starkt ibland när våra kära politiker säger att ja, Försäkringskassan gör krafttag nu. De är och jobbar med de som är i tidigt sjukskrivningsskede. De har bara varit sjukskrivna i 90 dagar. Jag skulle gärna vilja säga att vi pratar om 90 dagar före någonting händer. Och för att lyckas med det då, och få en kalkyl som håller. För jobbar man med de här reaktiva händelserna så säger all forskning att investerar 100 kronor så får du som arbetsgivare 100 kronor tillbaka. Liksom, när du ser till att få tillbaka folk så fort som möjligt i arbete. Men om du börjar jobba med det systematiska arbetsmiljöarbetet, du har en plan för vad du ska göra, du reviderar, du har de policies vi har så att det skapas en struktur till det här. Och så adderar det på att jobba med ledarskapet. Och ledarskapet är ju ganska hårt ansatt idag. Det är tufft att vara chef. Ser man till att ledarna får verktyg och det stöd de behöver för att bli bra chefer. Kombinerat med medarbetarna får det stöd de behöver och i sina yrkesgrupper. Men också möjligheten att påverka. Så börjar vi närma oss till det vi kallar en hållbar hälsa. Och för oss är det naturligt att jobba på de här stegen just för att få Sveriges friskaste kunder. För att lyckas med det där, då har vi en metodik som heter FEELGOOD-metoden. Och den tänkte jag inte gå in i idag. Några av er känner igen sedan tidigare. När jag har sett det, då har jag gått igenom metoden. Är det någon som är intresserad så kan ni gärna komma efteråt eller boka ett möte så berättar jag mer om den. Men vi har en arbetsmetodik självklart för att nå hit. Men jobbar man med de här frågorna på ett adekvat sätt där, så börjar du jobba förebyggande så får man faktiskt tillbaka de här dubbla pengarna. Och börjar jobba hälsofrämjande långt här inne och se till att saker inte händer så får du ungefär 3 gånger tillbaka till din investering. Får man nu det här då? Ja, vi redogjorde här om året i en rapport. Då hade Malmö stad satt sina egna controllers och räkna på det här. Och de tog en viss del av Malmö stad som har gått igenom massa projekt för oss. Den där 3 kronor var betydligt högre. Men vi håller oss till forskning normalt, säger 3 gånger insatsen. Så det här är varför många företag jobbar med det här långsiktigt. För man vet att det får en väldigt bra ROI på det hela. En liten recap innan vi går vidare. Hur gick det 2018? Vi tyckte det gick bra. Vi håller oss på en hög nivå. Vi jobbar ganska hårt i våra investeringar, i våra digitala lösningar som vi strax ska prata om. Vi förvärvade Hälsa som var 4 på marknaden. De gick in i vår verksamhet 1 januari. Och vi höjde vår utdelning med 50% och vi har idag en direktavkastning på drygt 4%. Man kan säga lite kort här att grunderna för det att vi har varit framgångsrika de sista åren och förbättrat oss, det är att vi har jobbat mycket med kvalitet och effektivitet i det vi gör. Men att hålla ordning och reda, det är de som har lyssnat på mig förr, FEELGOOD way, vi har strukturer för hur vi levererar våra tjänster. Som sagt, finns man på så många orter, vi har så många besök, så många kunder, då gäller det att ha tydliga strukturer för hur vi levererar, hur vi återkopplar till kunder och hur vi tar betalt. Resursstyrningen, ja vi är personaldrivet så att vi optimerar den och har bra effektivitet, produktivitet och engagemang är ju också en nyckelfaktor. Och så jobbar med det här med kultur och ledarskap är ju jätteviktigt. Vi jobbar ju med människor, vi jobbar med människofrågor, vi ska ju faktiskt få människor att må bättre. Kunder och upphandlingar, ja vi har blivit väldigt bra på det. Ni kan väl se, ni som läser våra pressmeddelanden, det är ju att vi börjar vinna våra upphandlingar på kvalitet och inte pris. De flesta av oss som jobbar med offentliga upphandlingar, det är ju väldigt prisdrivet. Vi börjar se kvalitetsparametrarna komma in starkare och starkare. Och där har vi faktiskt varit väldigt framgångsrika sista åren. Så förra året, vi ska inte hänga kvar. Vi höll oss på den nivån vi låg. Vi fortsätter att investera i vår digitala utveckling. Vi har en stark balansräkning, vi har en bra soliditet i bolaget. Men det är lite historia. Vad är då företagshälsovård och vad är vi lite grann på väg? Det är lite basfakta, vi har ungefär 4,5 miljarder i vår marknad. Och där jobbar vi med vaccinationer, rehabilitering, ergonomi, stödsamtal. Mycket av det här är de tjänster vi har jobbat med historiskt. Men så börjar det komma in det här med grupputveckling, organisationsutveckling, digitala vårdtjänster, medarbetarenkäter, beroenderehabilitering. Vi är till exempel idag delägare i Nämndemansgården som är en av de främsta leverantörerna av beroenderehabilitering. Med både internat och dagcenter och så vidare för att komma åt alkohol- och narkotikaproblem. Vi ser sjukvårdsförsäkringsdelar, produktförsäljning. Det finns massa runt omkring oss. Och vi har blivit ganska framgångsrika att stabilisera våra tjänster inom företagshälsovården. Och så har vi börjat titta lite grann om det här. Och det är väl dit jag tänkte att vi ska komma nu. Självklart är väldigt bra Det är väldigt vanligt idag att alla som jag, som är chefer i företagen, pratar om att digitalisera sig. Men vi hade ju ett väldigt stort behov. När jag började prata om vår digitaliseringsresa för 2,5 år sedan med mina medarbetare, vi åkte runt och pratade i hela landet. Så brukar jag dra ett exempel att när jag deklarerar, jag är ju tjänsteman, det är ganska enkelt, jag gör faktiskt det på telefon, så går det ganska fort. Men ibland kunde det ta längre att boka om en tid hos oss. Alltså vi behövde ändra våra flöden. Så vi har ju börjat med att jobba mot våra kunder, de som beställer sina tjänster, och sen kommer vi till de som ska komma till oss på besök, våra kunders anställda. Och det vi vill göra, det är möjlighet till ökad närhet. Det är mötet mellan människor som är viktigt. Vi vill skala av alla de delar som vi kan automatisera, som inte behöver bli belastande. Telefonsamtal, brev, utskick, boka om, boka av och så vidare. Så jag tänkte ge några exempel på det. Det vi har lagt färdigt, ja, vi har haft ganska länge. Webbaserade videobesök, det känner ju alla till hur de går till. Mycket, det som fungerar väl hos oss än så länge, det är när man har återkopplingssamtal, till exempel med läkare eller psykolog. Vad har hänt sen sist? Är det någonting jag behöver tänka eller en återkoppling på något test eller liknande? Då fungerar det väldigt, väldigt bra. Jag tror att det här kommer växa, men människor behöver också vänja sig vid det. Vi har olika stress- och livsstilsprogram. Vi kommer börja bygga in det här också nu i vår kundapp, alltså de som kommer till oss. KBT online. Många KBT-tjänster och program är exakt lika framgångsrika digitalt som de är vid fysiska möten. Det är väldigt lämpligt att jobba med dem här. Olika träningsprogram såklart för våra kunder. Sen kommer vi komma in till det som heter FEELGOOD Plus. Det är vår nya digitala vårdtjänst som lanseras här i dagarna. Vi har pratat om den lite tidigare, men jag tänkte gå igenom den strax. Sen har vi vår webbportal. Det är för våra kunder. Man ska kunna beställa, man ska kunna se vad ens medarbetare är, boka om, se sina avtal och så vidare. Sen har vi tillsammans med ett företag tagit fram en ny typ av medarbetarundersökning. Istället för att man får sina 70 frågor i november så får man svar från ledningen i februari att det här ska vi jobba med, och så är plötsligt ett nytt år så har man inte hunnit med. Så har vi en undersökning som man kan göra på veckovis, månadsvis, dagsvis, vad du vill. Men man kan pusha ut i jämn takt, kanske inte alla frågor. Men utifrån de frågor du får svara eller ger som medarbetare så får du också förslag på vad du kan göra för att medverka till den här förändringen. Alltså vi tar bort mycket av passiviteten i det hela. Det här kan man ju sen kombinera med de andra medarbetarundersökningar vi gör när det gäller mer den fysiska och psykiska hälsan. Digitala utbildningar, väldigt framgångsrikt nu. Vi har ett litet team som producerar allt. Vi gör det själva. Och det betyder att vi kan standardisera mycket av utbildningar. Istället för att vi bjuder in folk så här och en hel dag så kan man göra det digitalt under 30 dagar. Det är aktiva plattformar där man som chef kan se vilka medarbetare är igång, hur långt har man kommit. Och när så får man ju tenta av kanske lite grann sina kunskaper. Och så kan man ju samla sina timmar om det är nödvändigt. Och det här gör vi mot många av de svenska storföretagen idag. Och det här är någonting vi ser kommer växa ganska mycket. Webbinar känner till, och så har vi sjuk- och friskanmälan. Såklart digitalt. Webbportalen, jätteroligt. Vi lanserade den sent förra hösten. Det har växt väldigt, väldigt fort. Och det är för de kunder som beställer våra tjänster. HR, chefer och så vidare. Och där finns ju all möjlighet för dem att både se på webb eller på sin app. Och kan följa sina medarbetare, ställa frågor, få rådgivning. Allt det där som förut var tvunget att ta oss massa samtal och massa mejl sköts direkt egentligen in här i systemet. Det jag skulle ge en liten eloge sådär, för det är inte alltid de får i den offentliga verksamheten. Men några som verkligen varit snabba, det är våra offentliga kunder på att ta till sig där. Lite trögare på den privata sidan, även om de är igång. Men de som verkligen har varit aktiva, det är cheferna i den offentliga sektorn. De använder den väldigt, väldigt bra. Och det är roligt att se. Ja, vi har tagit fram en FEELGOOD-app som ska gå till de som besöker oss, alltså de enskilda medarbetarna. Och vi har 825 000 kundanställda idag. Och det ökar och ökar. Vi vill ju hitta andra kontaktvägar med dem. Vi har över 300 000 besök av dem per år också. Vi vill ge dem nya tjänster. Och det här blir deras väg in till våra digitala tjänster. Idag får alla som kommer till oss ett sms. Hej, du är inbokad hos syster Anders den 29/9 klockan 15. Vill ha mer information eller liknande, klicka här. Då kommer man komma in i en ny app. Där kan man boka om sina tider och aktivera sig. Och det vi kommer lansera nu är det vi kallar FEELGOOD Plus. Det här är en digital vårdmottagning inklusive operationer, men vi ser det som en förmån för medarbetarna. Vi ser att det här är ingen sjukvårdsförsäkring utan ett typ av abonnemang. Och vi är först faktiskt på den svenska marknaden att komplettera företagshälsovården med även det som inte är arbetsrelaterat. För det vi jobbar med normalt är ju det som är arbetsrelaterat. Frågan jag får väldigt mycket, kan ni ge oss en lätt vård? Kan ni ge oss tillgänglighet till vård? Det gjordes 550 000 digitala vårdbesök förra året. Det är de unga människorna som är där främst, småbarnsföräldrarna i de stora orterna. Och mycket är precis som det står, man ser det som en lättnad i livspusslet att få till det här. Men om man tittar på de idag som har sjukvårdsförsäkringar, alltså sitter lite högre upp i hierarkin, de har möjlighet att kanske få en operation i tid till exempel. Och kanske få till ett fysiskt möte med läkare lite snabbare. Och nu försöker vi skapa någonting som alla på företaget kan få del av. Och den anställdes familj. Så här har du både vårdärenden, operationer och de du lever med för att koppla in på det här. Och där vi ser att ja, alla vet möjligheten att få tag i den enkla digitala vården idag. Men det gäller ju också att få möjligheten att få kontakt med läkare. Du har en menisk du behöver fixa idag. Idag är väntetiden 7 månader i Region Stockholm. När du har det här kan vi ordna inom 14 dagar utan kostnad. Kommer strax till det. Och det här gör vi tillsammans med i nuläget med Doktor 24 Aleris X och vi gör det med ett bolag som är Swedish Medcare. När det gäller de här vanliga digitala vårdbesöken så har du möjlighet att få prata med läkare, psykolog, fysioterapeut och personlig tränare. Så det är vi har försökt bredda utbudet lite grann. Du loggar bara in med ett mobilt bank-ID. Du kan registrera din familj i det abonnemang som kommer, så kommer du och din partner och dina barn kunna registreras in. Vill du boka en operation så kommer du bli kopplad till Swedish Medcare och vi har då under ett antal år utvärderat ett antal olika sjukhus inom Europa. För det vi ofta som svenskar inte vet om, det är att vi har rätt att ta med oss de pengar som är avsatta i landsting eller det som heter regioner idag för operation, åka till vilket land vi vill inom EU, ESS och få operationen gjord. Vi kan åka till Tyskland, Finland, Riga, Frankrike och få dem gjorda. Om du har en menisk som är dålig idag, det är 7 månaders väntan i Stockholm och så hittar vi på att i region Västra Götaland är 2 dagar, så måste du ändå vänta garantitiden 90 dagar innan du får åka till Göteborg och fixa din menisk. Men du kan åka utomlands och göra det imorgon så länge du har en remiss. Landstinget står, jag tror det är meniska för mig att det är ungefär 79 000 kronor avsatt. De står för den kostnaden, ingenting mer. Och vi har samarbete med ett par specialistsjukhus som är inriktade på vissa typer av operationer och väldigt fina via då Swedish Medcare i bland annat Riga. De sköter bland annat många av friidrottslandslagen och ishockeylandslagen och deras operationer. Och vi tittar ju på att bredda det här. För det finns en möjlighet att komma ut och det här betyder att alla kan få tillgång till snabb operation utan kostnad av väldigt kvalificerade sjukvårdsorganisationer. Fokus framåt ligger väldigt... Tack. Efterfrågan på våra tjänster, de bara ökar och ökar. Och det är ju framförallt att vi ser den här gränsdragningen mellan arbetsliv och privatliv, den är på väg att suddas ut. Behoven blir bara större och större. Vi behöver stödja cheferna, vi behöver stödja medarbetarna. Och vi ser att den här efterfrågan kommer fortsatt öka. Det är fortsatt höga sjuktal och det är det enklaste att titta på. Och det är arbetspåverkade ohälsa som börjar bli fokus. Vi pratar om det här att arbetsrelaterande, men det är mycket som påverkar hur man lever sitt liv. Och det gör ju även ditt privatliv. Och där kan vi hjälpa till. Och det gäller att skapa balans i livet och det har vi pratat om. Och när vi gör våra stora undersökningar så över 75% säger att de kommer att ha ökade behov framöver. Men vi måste också följa och anpassa oss till de behoven och det är det vi har tittat lite grann på. Och tyvärr, den organisatoriska och sociala arbetsmiljön blir faktiskt större och större problem. Men det är för att arbetsmarknaden förändras sig väldigt mycket och det gör väldigt fort nu. Vi får en ny generation som har ett helt annat sätt att hålla kontakt med varandra, att socialisera och synen på arbetslivet. Och där måste vi kunna hjälpa till och vi som sitter i rummet hjälpa dem att komma in på ett bra sätt i arbetslivet. Våra fokusområden i år lite kort. Vi kommer fortsätta driva rätt kraftigt vår digitalisering för att möta våra kundbehov. Och vi gör ju all vår utveckling i samarbete med våra kunder. Sen är det till stort och helt driven av våra kunders önskemål. Kunderbjudandet, vi måste hela tiden anpassa till förändringarna som kommer. Och vi vill fortsätta med att utveckla företagshälsovården med lönsam tillväxt. Vi kan titta på vidare kanske på lite förvärv som vi kommer in. Och vi kommer fortsätta titta på intressanta förvärv både inom FOV och i angränsande områden. Första halvåret, jag vill säga direkt, vi fick ju lite nya redovisningsregler som heter IFRS 16. Om inte alla känner till det så bör ni sätta in det för det betyder i vårt fall att alla hyrorna åkte längre ner och avskrivna ökade. Det gjorde att EBITDA åkte upp och soliditeten åkte ner lite grann. Vi håller takten, vi klarar våra investeringar bra och jag tycker vi håller takten i ett plan när det gäller våra resultat. Så jag är nöjd, men vi fortsätter att investera i våra utvecklingsprojekt men lyckas hålla bra balans. Vi tog in hälsa per 1 januari. Och det har gått bra. De har bidragit positivt från och med andra kvartalet till resultatet. Och det är lite snabbare än vad jag trodde. Det är sista, hinner jag med det? Vi startade för 2 år sedan ett pris som heter Sveriges friskaste företag. För jag var lite trött på när jag var ute och när jag följde media att alla säger att det största problemet vi har idag det är arbetsplatserna. Folk mår så dåligt och så vidare. När vi tittade på det så såg vi att arbetsplatserna är de viktigaste friskfaktorerna. Sen såg vi alla duktiga arbetsgivare. Det finns förbaskat många bra. Sen jag kom in och jag jobbar med det här många år, men i 9 år. Men jag är förvånad över hur många som lägger så mycket kraft på sina medarbetare. Jag skulle säga att många av våra stora industriföretag lägger mycket pengar, mycket kraft på att ta hand om sina medarbetare. Vi kände att det finns så mycket goda exempel, så det här vill vi komma ut med mer. Så vi instiftade Sveriges friskaste och vi känner att vi vill visa att det går att göra saker bra. Det finns många goda exempel och vi vill visa på dem. Och vi vill få ut mer kommunikation kring detta. Så förra året så vann ju Byggmästaren i Skåne, ett byggföretag som växer som det knakar, men lite ovanligt, de drivs av kvinnor. Bra tillväxt och framförallt låg personalomsättning. Lätt att hitta personal som mår bra, vilket inte alltid är helt vanligt inom byggsektorn. Och så kan ni se att vi har ett antal finalister runt om i landet. Kort om det. Och känner ni att ni jobbar på en bra arbetsgivare, gå in på Sveriges friskaste företag och anmäl er arbetsgivare. Så, det är en förändrad värld. Vi kanske inte förlorar foten lika ofta på jobbet idag, men folk mår dåligt. Arbetslivet är en del av hela livet. Det är både fredag kväll och måndag morgon. Ibland har vi svårt med gränssättningarna. Vi får ett annat arbetsliv. Och mitt i det där står vi. Det är väldigt roligt för vi har ju allting. Vill du ha träning, vill du ha psykologer, vill du ha arbetsmiljöingenjörer, ergonomer. Vi kan ha hela bredden och nu digitaliserar vi också vägen in där. Så, nu har jag pratat.
Tack så jättemycket Joakim. Det var inte så mycket fokus kring kanske det traditionella idag.
Nej.
Den marknaden växer inte lika snabbt som de angränsande områdena som du pratat om. Och då tänker jag, hur tar ni er in på de angränsande på enkla sätt? Är det värt att investera organiskt? Tittar ni mer på förvärvsdelen? Och om du sätter i perspektiv till den avkastning ni får i dem?
Grunden är ju idag att vi har 8300 kunder. Vi har 825 000 kundanställda. Vi har en bas att jobba med. Så egentligen är det 2 delar beroende på vad vi går in i. Och jag menar, uppenbarligen så har vi tyckt att ett bra sätt var att öka samarbete med Nämndansgården. Då har vi köpt in oss hos dem. Och i och med att vi fortfarande idag jobbar, vi har ju jättemycket alkohol och drogfrågor. Det är ju enkelt så här, 10% i en organisation har beroendeproblem. Det betyder att jag har över 80 000 medarbetare som har någon typ av beroendeproblem bland mina kunder. Det är klart jag behöver närma mig där. Och har jag börjat i den marknaden så vill jag gärna växa i den marknaden såklart.
Ja, visst. Och om man tittar mer på den potentialen som digitaliseringen har här för er och intressant med nya appar och liknande. Jag tänker, hur jobbar ni för att på något sätt migrera över era befintliga kunder? Hur lägger ni fram det mot kund för att de ska komma in i appen i en annan typ av abonnemangsmodell och den potential det ger för er?
Vi har 2 delar. Vi har ena där vi gör direkt mot våra kunder. Vi har idag börjat informera våra kunder möjligheten till exempel att få FEELGOOD plus. Då kommer det gå via företaget. Men sen får vi också en direkt kontakt i och med att nu man kommer till oss, kanske man gör en hälso- och livsstilsundersökning, man svarar på 142 frågor. Det gör man på telefonen till exempel eller på datorn. Då bygger vi en egen miljö, en egen app för dem. Då skapar vi en egen relation. Och vi har över 300 000 sådana relationer per år. Kan vi börja få dem kan vi börja kommunicera med dem direkt och inte bara via företaget. Utan vi kan ge dem andra värdefulla saker. Då har vi ju möjlighet att få en väldigt stor annan kundbas ganska snabbt.
Har ni fått en del feedback redan nu i det här stadiet kring användandet av appen i någon betaversion och liknande där?
Vi har testat lite grann och det känns bra.
Är det från kundsidan eller internt mer?
Nej,
eller?
kundsidan.
Och jag vet att du och jag har pratat om det här tidigare, men ni levererar ju ändå någonting som ger resultat. Ger resultat för arbetsgivaren, för arbetsgivarens anställda. Finns det något sätt att få in en resultatbaserad intäktsmodell i det här som också kan vara lite skala i?
Vi har ett stort svenskt företag, jag tänker inte säga vilket, men jag satt med dem här om året och så sa jag, kan vi ta en revenue share? Och så, nu ska jag inte säga namnet på honom, så säger han bara till mig, Joakim, vi höjer dina priser 2%, men glöm det där. Det är ju så här att när vi har jobbat med Volvo, Saab, Skanska, NCC, vi har jobbat med dem över 10 år. Och har man så många anställda så kan ni räkna ut att det är ganska många miljoner de lägger ner varje år. De har ju förstått effekterna här. Kan vi hålla nere sjuktalen med någon procent på den personalstocken? Kan vi öka medarbetarnöjdheten några procent till så har de en högre produktivitet. Det får en väldig hävstång. Vi är tyvärr dåliga på att berätta, för vi är ju till stort del, de flesta, inte jag men de flesta som jobbar med, vi legitimerade, vi är där för att hjälpa människor. Men våra kunder räknar på det och ser att det här är en bra affär. Det är därför jag har så långa samarbeten. För tror någon att det bara handlar om vad facket säger eller vad lagen säger? Nej, det är en ganska liten del. Idag är det ju faktiskt för att stödja organisationerna och utveckla dem. Och då är det roligt att ha de här långa... Men jag skulle jättegärna ha mer revenue share. Det hade jag väldigt gärna. Jag är beredd direkt att diskutera det.
Jag tror vi får tacka så mycket där, Joakim.
Tack så mycket allihopa.
Och tack alla för att ni var här idag.
Tack.